Order filled.
Yo guys, what's up? Yeah, I'm shorting this right now real quick off this pop. Sorry about that. I'm getting a late start on that. Okay, just a small contract, nothing big. One account. Sorry about that. Give me like a couple minutes. No, I know.
reach horizon, the charts are bold. Daily bands rapping stories untold. Riding with rockets through their AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every trade hope never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, midnight glory. Heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud. Future kings spinning on their cloud. Riding with rockets through the AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every trade hope never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Trading red, the pulse ascending, mind on fire, never ending. Trees of gold, endless fight. Push on through the endless night. Riding with rockets, scooter AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every trade hope never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, midnight glory. Heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud. Future kings standing on their cloud. Checking the charts with their AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every trade hope never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, checking the charts. Midnight glory. Splintery in all its blending. Mind on fire, never ending. Dreams of gold, endless fight. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night.
Hey friends, what's up? Good morning. Welcome to the show. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, guys. All right. Hello, hello, hello. All right, guys. Good morning. Welcome to the show. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Market flat, open, going nowhere all night last night. No trades in the big account. No trades anywhere else. On this little pop that came below close, that we saw yesterday. I gave this little pop at 7:30, right when the news came out. I took a little tiny short and it popped back below the close. I think there would be a flat open that's it. But just in one of my FundX accounts, that's it. Small position as well. So nothing overnight, literally nothing. I'm up $100 right now in this trade I just entered. Slightly better than expected news means slightly reduced rate cuts choices. Yeah, exactly. No screen. Oh, I'm showing my screen yet. Sorry about that. But anyways, welcome to the show. Don't forget to smash the like button. We do giveaways at 1,000 like tiers. 1,000 likes. As soon as we get there, giveaway starts. Don't hit the tier. You don't do the giveaway. So everybody that's here in the morning, friends, hit that thumbs up button below the stream. Would love that. Thank you. Big, crazy volatility yesterday that we had off of that one news event. Not really volatility, but like that, I guess, drop. And it's choppy on Nasdaq on the way up, right? Hope we don't get another day like that today. I hope we don't. Hope today is nice and like easy and clean. So what I did was, like earlier, right? We were here, and then it popped, and then it dropped. Oops. And then like right in here, whenever you heard me, I got it on the short right there just to have something in case it does sell off today. I still feel we're incoming for that 1 or 2 day sell off before the way up. W-shaped. The stalling here, the flat VIX, all it takes is one news event or one tweet away to get us back to moving, hopefully so. We've lost that upward momentum, and the tech stocks are not moving like they used to be moving. So with that being said, it's just one. It's gonna take a news event, but we're one news event away from creating that event that just makes the market dumb for a day. The Discord link in chat. What do you mean? Which Discord link? The SA Discord? Wait, you want me to send the link? What do you mean? For what? Simon Fraser at work this morning. Will be on and off in chat. Okay. My Discord channel link is in the description below the video. All right, so today, flat open. You'll learn the resilience class today. When you have a flat open, resilience, you kind of don't really use it. But the market is opening within one strike distance of close. So today, SPY is opening pretty much as flat as it goes. Unless resilience is greater than 50 or less than negative 50, I mean like really, really strong, we're not going to use resilience as it's bullish, we're going to support the open, or it's bearish, we're going to fail it. We want to see a really strong showing. Usually in flat days, all the stocks are flat, and resilience has sensitivity to stocks at their half gaps. So if all the stocks are flat, it's going to take like one Apple or one Nvidia to move up or down a couple pennies for resilience to chop all over the place, because it's designed to be sensitive at the middle. And therefore, we usually throw resilience out as a leading indicator of direction. unless it's just really, 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 really strong. So today we're going to kind of be operating more along the lines of looking for liquidity maps only, pockets and hedge pressures and such, and kind of like ignoring this redistribution zone pivot. Nasdaq is also opening flat. So the way resilience works is that it looks at each of the stocks. You have the open and close and half gap, right? So each stock also has an open, close, and half gap. And so all the stocks are like that. So the index is doing its own thing. Then we watch what the stocks are. The stocks are moving up and down. Resilience will try to complete the move or calculate completing the move to fill the gap, and then recalculate the S&P, and then determine if the Nasdaq, recalculate the actual Nasdaq if the gaps are to fill, and then compare the current Nasdaq to that Nasdaq, and then resilience is positive or negative if it's leading or lagging behind what it will be. So it's how resilience is designed to be leading it. You learn this in class. It's really cool how it works. But what the thing is that if all the stocks are also flat, you're like basically sitting here. It really cares if the stock is on this side or that side. It flips resilience very strong when it goes to the positive or negative side of that. So when you're looking at this, a stock that's flat and opens right in the middle, like where the open and close are on top of each other, that. A stock that just moves up or down a couple of pennies, that has a high market cap because it is market cap weighted, resilience will be like minus 20, plus 20, plus 20, minus 20, plus 20. Like just Apple moving up and down a couple of pennies, resilience like can't determine which way it's going. So when markets are basically, when the S&P is opening within 10 points of the close, we tend to need a stronger signal of that to like say, okay, let me longer short the open or close. How that works. The ETF giveaway, it's a prop account with ETF, lead trader funding. It's a free prop eval account. So these are trading accounts that we're giving away with prop firms. All right, so we're gonna see how. I'm gonna load this up really quick. How today's news turned out. Guys, do me a favor, smash that like button. Welcome to the stream. So glad to have you here. Get to 1,000 likes to do our first prop firm giveaway today. Here it is. This is the Thursday numbers. The continuing jobless claims came in kind of pretty much on point. Less than 2 million is good. Layoffs are becoming less and less. Anything less than 250 is good for a bull market historically. So this actually came in pretty low. But these numbers cycle around a lot. They're not necessarily like week over week. These are actual people that filed for unemployment. So that's the lowest read we've gotten in a very long time. But this is always just noise, right? It's always up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. But generally speaking, that this is insane. This is the least amount of people that got laid off that week, I guess. So unemployment, the minute you get laid off, you usually, sit in your car and fill out the form and, file for it that very first day. And these come out weekly. So these are jobless claims of people that qualify for unemployment and file for it. And you file for it when you get laid off for non-performance related reasons. Is there a way to look at total layoffs for the year? This is the initial jobless claims. The continuing jobless claims talk about how many people are actually still on unemployment. That's it. Hold on a second. Hold on, stream. I got a phone call real quick. Sorry about that. I had a phone call. Hit that thumbs up for the video. All right. The initial jobless claims are people that filed for unemployment that week. Continuing jobless claims are people that are still unemployed on that filing. You won't really know the total number of, you only know the total number of layoffs through this. But in reality, you're not going to get like a full picture of this, how many people exactly were laid off. That's kind of the crummy part. I closed that short, by the way. Continuing jobless claims are people that are still qualifying for unemployment. And you can't qualify for unemployment forever. There's a time limit on this. This is the number of people that are still on unemployment. And below 2 million is pretty normal in a bull market. So you can compare like what other bull markets we've seen before. And we'll go to here. You can see that in the bull market after post, you know, essentially this is where we had the big recession in 2008. It was almost at like 4 million, 5 million up at the top, and then dropped all the way down to 2. The latter part of that rally was about 2 million. The rally since 2022 was about 2 million. The period leading up to the crash of 2000 was about 2 million. So 2 million people on unemployment has been pretty normal for bull markets. So you can see it's slowly been going up, slowly been going up, slowly been going up. It's not really a crisis yet. It's still below that 2 million mark. This is still actually considered low for people on unemployment. Now, unemployment, you can only qualify for it if you were let go for non-performance related reasons. It always drives me crazy. I get like a grain of salt on here or something on my mouse. I have a glass mouse pad, so it drives me absolutely crazy. Well, now we're not getting the, now we're going to get pretty good open. This is good. Now we're going to open without opening flat, which is nice. It's good to see. So the jobless claims and the layoffs came in, or the initial jobless claims aren't necessarily layoffs, right? Some people get laid off. They don't qualify for unemployment. You know, that's not in that data. And the non-farms will come out and report the changes of employment. So that's the easiest way to see people that got canned or people that quit altogether. So the reason the two reports are important is because the people filing for unemployment, you only qualify if you were let go for non-performance related reasons. So if you got fired because you slip on the job or you suck, you'll show up in the non-farms as one fewer payroll. But the jobless claim subdivides that into people getting laid off because the company's having performance issues. So company choosing to lay off those jobless claims, those are people that file. But also not everybody that gets laid off for performance related reasons can file for unemployment because the company doesn't have it or whatever. They have the conditions or whatever to qualify for it. So the continuing initial jobless claims don't represent all the layoffs, but they represent pretty much the majority of non-performance related layoffs. Non-farms represent all people losing their job in one chunk for any reason. So, non-farm could be, companies trimming or people quitting or whatever. But you'll see, like in the continuing jobless claims, the health of the labor market is more prominently seen there. Looks like we might get a big old rally day today. I like what I'm seeing. Let's look at the overnights. I didn't make any trades overnight. On that little dip, I tried to pop a little short just to bet in case we fell back down to here. Close it out with minimal loss. It was just a small position. This is good. This is good for a breakout. I like what I see. Vixen permanent decay, nothing happening there. Nvidia looking solid. That was a very clean pre-market pop. Is Meta's news fake this morning? Well, they have news in Meta now? What happened with Meta? TBT is only 30% off. Hold on one second. Oh, TBT is only 30% off now? Yeah, hold on. Yeah, TBT is 30% off. Why are you saying that? It says that in the pin text. Doesn't say that? 30% off TPT? Oh, you're talking about the the bottom marquee. I haven't updated that yet. Sorry, my bad. Hold on. Yeah, I gotta. Yeah, I gotta do this real quick. Okay. 50% off. ETF is still 90% off. Okay. Good deal. All right. I got to update the old text here. Trying to get organized just to be more efficient with this. There we go. There we go. All right, so today we had initial jobless claims, continued jobless claims come out. Later on in the day, we have the durable goods coming out, factory orders. You know, this could be a spark, so be careful with this one. Any hint that there's a slowing down in the economy, the market's gonna freak out over. As we've seen, like with the fake news that had to do with Microsoft, right? Markets listening for anything that's bad. Right now, anything that's markets can keep going up, right? And just keep going up until a bad news event kicks it down, and it's waiting for it. Like it's waiting to hear something like that. So I got monthly hedge here, yellow lines trading between them. Metaverse is a crap show, dude. That, yeah, them just like bandwagoning onto the whole virtual reality thing, I thought it was the dumbest thing ever. Like, acting like everybody's going to live in the metaverse. I feel like every 10 years, they revive and recycle virtual reality. And it's cool for like that Christmas season where everybody's wearing a giant clunky headset. We've had this since the 80s. You know, you can go do virtual reality at Dave & Buster's like in the early 90s, and you wear the big clunky thing, and you know, you had to walk in the circular disc. You know, you got to shoot the robots or whatever. But then it's like, you know, the battery life is only a couple hours, and then it's heavy, and then you're sweating inside of it, and nobody likes it. And then they bring it back, and then it goes away, and they bring it back, goes away. It's like swing music. Like every 10 years, Brian Setzer comes out with like Zoot Suit Riot or something, and you know, something, a new song, then swing is hot for a year, and then it goes away for 10 years. And BGVR is like the same thing. You know what I'm talking about? Comes and goes. Until they can implant virtual reality into like a microchip in your eyeball where you're not wearing something on your head, I don't think we're going to live in a world where, you know, you're kind of like your physical avatar is part of, you know, where you're like joining a simulation. We already live in one. I mean, come on, joining another one. To wear a giant clunky headset. It's like sitting there, like watching them talk about all these great things you're going to do. I was like, this reminds me of like what they said in the 90s about it. You know, until you're not wearing a giant computer on your head. Yeah, bring ska back. I know, right? That'd be kind of great. Unless like I could see it now by just like augmented reality with my real eyeballs. I don't think it's going to catch on with a giant, you know, 2-pound device you're going to wear on your head. And so all those conversations Zuckerberg's in there talking about, on the metaverse, you'll be able to have your own real estate and you can have businesses inside of it. And there's like all these look at this guy. This guy's a dinosaur. Like, be whoever you want to be in the metaverse. And I'm just like, this is going to die out in a month. Love Lawnmower Man. That was such a good movie. It's also a Stephen King book or short story. Lawnmower Man's pretty good when it came out. Although the graphics of Lawnmower Man don't stand up to time. And it also is kind of like what, remember in 80s movies would have hacking as part of like, you know, there's hackers, which is really good in Lawnmower Man, which is good. And how whenever there's like 80s Hollywood hacking, it was always like on the screen and all this text was showing up at like 10 million miles a minute. Like the hacker was sitting there, you know, just blasting through like these, like there's these like nice, beautifully colored windows or like myhackprogram.exe and hacking into the mainframe. Lawnmower Man was very much like that. Like any like any hacker, any programmer would look at it and go, what's with the 3D graphics? Like he's hacking into it and there's like spinning cubes in the program, just graphically looking cool as shit. Yeah, that's what hacking's like. The movie Hackers, how'd it get you banned from AOL? Hackers was a good movie. I love that movie. Angelina Jolie's like breakout role. The 3D server interface at Hackers was awesome. Yeah, it was pretty cool. Yeah, somebody said you don't need the metaverse. You just move to San Francisco and you can be whatever you want. Look at my friend. He's a dinosaur. He's so brave. Hack the planet. I like Hackers because the opening scene with Zero Cool on the plane had Orbital's Halcyon and On, which was like one of my favorite songs when he's flying after he has the courtroom scene montage. That was like one of the coolest openings to a movie in the 80s. That song is so good. Project X is down again. We should just have a notification on Project X. Somebody needs to make a website called Project X Uptime so we can alert the community when it's actually up. You know, it's starting to get pretty routine to alert the community when it's down. What are the 3 passwords everybody use? It's God. What was it? Can't remember. The 3 passwords. It is love, sex, secret, and God. That's what it was. That's all right. It's been 6 days since the last incident. Nobody steal my joke. I'm gonna make that joke the next time Project X is down. I'm gonna buy the domain name Project X Uptime, and then just I'm just kidding. Hey guys, I made a website to let you know when Project X is actually up. Good deal. That'd be like such an epic troll. That'd be almost as cool as the Lance Garden Gnome. Why do you keep buying combines? You should go the Tradeify route now. They're giving Top Step a run for the money with their new plans. As the market opened in 5 minutes. Yeah, I don't know where this came from. Pre-market, there was some stocks that were moving. Nvidia moved and some others. Just to have some reference points. What was that video? I'm currently getting the videos edited for the boot camp to get them. They can fit in the Discord. We've purchased our domain. We've made our we've done a wireframe of the website for the new prop comparison, math comparison tool that we're gonna make. First version of it's gonna have the scoring system. Right now, Slacks and I are put together some data, some test data to test the new model, and the metrics we use to compare prop firms are going to be very, very rigid and all math-based, so no subjectivity. It'll let you know all the fine details, which firm is better than what firm. Compare A to B, which one has the better value. Overall score, difficulty score, things like that. It's gonna be badass. Guys, do me a favor and smash that like button. Everybody hit that thumbs up button. If we get 1,000 likes, we will be ready to roll for a giveaway. All right, what do I want to do today? Nice. Did we get a nice little pop and drop there? All right. How do I want to play this? Like I said, for whatever reason, the stalling out that we've had, I think that we're still sort of hovering in this flat area, and whether this is the breakout day or not, I still want to wait for bigger dips. Like, we've been so sensitive to that lately. Full port 10 short. There's no chat from Trade E today. Trade must be gone today. All right. But this is a nice little run up pre-market so that we can actually have a little bit of a gap up, resetting to get some of the stocks. We are greater than one strike distance on these two. So this is not considered a flat open anymore. Resilience will be a nice, strong indication. Thumbs up, you guys. There's only 400 people like the stream and over 1,100 people here. If we don't hit 1,000 in the next 30 minutes, no giveaway today. You know the rule. Love you guys. But now we're gonna do giveaways on engagement targets only. Smash that thumbs up button below the stream. Everybody has to click it. So we have full participation in the community, or nobody gets giveaways. So whoever has their 10,000 bot accounts that rolls the dice every day, log in all your 10,000 bot accounts and do it. Just kidding. All right. How it's gonna play out. Upper targets would be obviously interrupt on yellow, and DD bands are always upper exit targets for me on bull runs. Hopefully this turns into a good one. 1 minute till market opens, guys. What's up, Trey? Trey's back. There he is. How we roll this today? Okay, positive resilience, we're good. Supporting half gap at least for now. Give it a minute though to settle out. See what it is. This is good. This is good. Positive res means at best we fill the gap when we stabilize here, which is good. Hopefully we're inside of a pocket. Oh, negative res on Nasdaq. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Never mind. So give it a minute to stabilize. Let's see what it's doing. Is today the big sell-off day? No, Nas is good. S&P good. So watch this white number really quick. It's going to bounce around a little bit while stocks start moving around. Okay, so give it like a minute to stabilize. This is sort of one of those days. Wait for pockets to come through and see. Let this opening gap fill that gap. Okay, so basically we've got nothing except for the 1A trade set up on these BLUs. Let me load this up. Where's liquidity map? Okay, so BLUs, right? You talk about liquidity pocket class today. I can long at the open, I can long in at blue. This is fairly far away. 712 to 510, 200 points. I'm not going to play 200 points a swing. I'll trade them all separately. So right now I can either avoid this and wait for this. So all my strong pivots are all down inside of here. Same thing in S&P, 76 to 48. That's 30 points. I would treat it like 2 trades. So I can either A, long at the open on the reclaim and support, or B, wait for the gap fill and on positive res take a long. With Nasdaq looking negative, could be a big sell-off day today. So we're going to let this guy simmer down. I'll wait on that. Bum, 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 bum. All right, so we might actually be selling off today. Nasdaq's looking pretty gnarly. With negative res, half gap is resistance. So today, I might, and it's as rare as I do this, but if we pop to there with negative res, I'll short it. And I don't normally short off a half gap, but I will today this time. S&P's resilience is positive enough to hold this. But yeah, so essentially the setups liquidity pocket is off the table. It's down there. Let me make this bigger. If we support here, so no open longs here. S&P looks good, Nasdaq looks abysmal. So it's got another day like we had the other day. If we have support here, this goes up on reclaim only. That would be your 1A trade here. Blue is a long at the bottom. If resilience is positive, I can trade it all the way back to the top. If resilience is negative, I can trade it just to the box. That's looking pretty brutal. All right. Not taking a long here. Gonna wait. Looks like a big old sell-off day we're getting today. Is this the sell-off day? Smart. Look at that. Smart. We're so fucking smart here. Good deal. Just like yesterday. Now, with this kind of velocity, I'm going to tell you guys, I'm going to... I might even wait for the pocket, to be real with y'all. No trades yet. So we'll check some stocks here. Wait, I'm gonna wait for these A pluses. That's it. Nvidia's doing okay. Apple's doing okay. But still, no, Apple's selling off. Amazon losing monthly hedge pressure. So tech is getting beat up again. Meta's at monthly hedge pressure. Google's opening and slamming down. Okay. There's that yellow line, 542. Negative 60 resilience on NASDAQ, which essentially all the NASDAQ stocks have been selling off. And S&P still positive. So of the two, which one do you trust? Well, I usually trust the S&P. This is another day where tech is just getting hammered and the S&P's not. Now wait for this one. What's up, friends? Good to see you all here again. Yeah, waiting on some A pluses at the bottom. But be careful because if we lose yellow, it's going to be kind of a fight. So with this interrupt here, if we lose this, then all we have is kind of this little room to scalp. So I'm going to be very careful. If we break down into here, all that I have is like scalping from there to there and scalping from here to there. And I would X out. I wouldn't try to play through that yellow. Let this be a really rigid barrier for today. So like I said, if we fall, boom, down here, we've got two 90% A pluses right here. DD ratio is good. Everything's good. These are going to be really strong longs at the bottom, especially this bear zone. You have two pivots nearby. This is strong and that's strong right here. As a matter of fact, I would only play these one at a time. So there to there, there to there, only on yellow break. And I would not hold past here. I would wait for it to develop, retest, and then get back in. Or actually reclaim. So we started above, sorry. If we fall back through here, we get through here, I jump in on the reclaim. So nice little dippy dip there. S&P resilience holding the fort. This is again sector rotation. You notice that, right? We can see all that evidence there. S&P resilience is positive. NASDAQ is negative. People are dumping tech and buying something else. And so you're going to see the market dip very quick on the tech response and then rally very quick on the buy something else response. Typical sector rotation, not necessarily market crashing, but this is a short entry for bears out there. That half gap, they're betting on resilience going negative, which it might be doing. I'm not going to do that short. I'm going to sit out on it, but I'm going to see that it might fall and just kind of chill. And then avoid longing from this weird spot. Okay, so let's see what's going on in the heat map today. Okay, so the last 5 days, utilities, healthcare, real estate. Utilities been getting hammered like day after day. Comms, really bad. Energy's up, financials up. So this is good. Like S&P strong, right? And then technology, healthcare, NASDAQ, communication, NASDAQ. So NASDAQ is communication, information technology, and healthcare. These are the three major sectors in NASDAQ. And as you see, the NASDAQ is weak. The financials, energy, industrials, these are all S&P strong. So S&P without NASDAQ, these are the majority of all NASDAQ. So you can see NASDAQ is down, S&P's up. You will see that sort of this discrepancy here. No longing at S&P close with resilience being negative. These are all flagged as resistance on the chart. So as you see, we talked about yesterday in the liquidity maps class, in the class, we all know that, like we use this the BLU for example, I had the 1A trade to resistance, which is here. I've got the 1B trade back to open, which is here. So if I were to draw those particular trades, if we hold the open, which means we break and support, I would chase that long to there. I can hold all the way to blue and then trade blue back up to open, which is liquidity map. But I wouldn't choose to do that because it's a non-volatile environment and I wouldn't hold for 200 points, right? If I were to hold for 200 points, I'd have to do 1/5 of my position that I'd normally be doing. And I don't want to hold through that. I would treat it like two trades. Here, if I lose 40, then there, and I lose 40, two separate trades. So this is that right there. Long to resistance or buy the dip back to open. And as you see, I chose not to trade that. When the market opened, I gave it a few minutes. We dipped. Res went negative. So negative res just means we fill the box here. And it means that this is resistance now. So we can say that this is high a day. with negative res. So with that, the conditions have changed. Now we are stuck inside of here. With negative res, we trade to next resistance, so we don't go to fill the gap at the top. This trade, ignoring the yellow line, would go just to there. Now, which I don't think we're going to get that either, because if we get the blue, there's an interrupt in the way. So there's going to be a little bit of a choppy play from here to here. And then there's all kind of little plays from here to here and here to here. Just scalp, scalp, scalp. So all of this is bundled up together. This total is 100 points. So I'll choose to play all of it, right? So if we break yellow, we're going to wait. Wait. I'm going to ignore this blue and let it really dip. I'm going to hit all of this. I'm going to play every single bit of this and spread out my accounts. I'm going to trade in a couple here. Like at the bull zone, I'll hit it with maybe 2 contracts. Here I'll hit it with like 3. And if we overshoot, I'll hit it with 5 more. Like I'm going to build a position around here and stop on my 40 points lower. So everybody see how that works? Get in, get in, get in. And I'm going to roll this position lower as it bounces through here. Buy 2, buy 3, close 3, buy 3, close 3, buy 3, buy 5, close 5, buy 5, close 5. And I'm rolling that position to get my cost basis right into here for the bigger up on the DD. Well, I have 8% of days close below that green line, 92 close above. So see, as market's doing this, you see that I'm not sitting here like, should I get in? Should I not get in? I'm spending my time figuring out what I can do that has a higher probability, right? So with negative res, high of the day here, this is actually a decent opportunity to try to take a short. Just for fun, I'm going to play that. I'm going to play that trade. Just for fun. Negative 60 is brutal. Brutal. And negative 15 is brutal. So S&P's at half gap. Half gap is resistance. I'm going to play the short all the way down to the bottom. So resilience is a gap fill predictor. The white resilience is with the white lines, the blue is with the blue, and the orange is with the orange. So negative resilience is a trade from here to here. Resilience is a trade from here to there. This market's going to sell off today. I can feel it. So shorting half gap, right. So in this environment, I would be building a position off of that half gap. Yeah. There's a lot of rotation today. It's pretty bad. Let her fall, baby. Take the boot camp. Somebody said boot camp is free. All right, let me just give you. Dun, 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 dun. Just a tiny, tiny, tiny position too. Just in case. It is a no man's land. I did short on this pop. Negative 60 and negative 10 is big. So filling the gap on negative res is one thing. If we break, it's going to fall pretty quick. The dynamic hedge pressure from last night. Yeah. So the 3 lines means if we break, that's a wait. And usually when you break like structure points, I don't like to take the weekly hedge pressure because you guys remember from the class last night. Weekly is stronger than monthly. If markets are selling off pretty hard, I'm going to want to see the bigger structure point. This is like all of Wall Street's big positions were being hedged by monthly options. So usually whenever we lose bull territory or something bad happens, I don't necessarily trust weekly options to be the net that catches it. So usually I'll skip that blue entry point and usually just focus on monthly, which is the strongest of the two. Remember, in ideal conditions, this was an 80 and this is a 90. In non-ideal conditions, this is more like a 60-40 in certain cases, and this is more like a 70-30. Stronger. Bootcamp is free. How do you get in? Mods, can you hook the, show them how to get into that? Okay. Which might be the big soft day today. I'm not going to touch the long. If with negative res like this, I won't touch the long until we get down to pocket. I'm going to actually change this. I'm going to let it overshoot bull zone. I'm going to grab it just here. I'm going to avoid this area. Why? Because this is negative. So it's likely to plow right through it. So the blue is the tiebreaker on this blue. So we'll probably just plow right through it. TD ratio is really strong, so maybe I could. I'm gonna approach a 1 like below. I'm gonna let it overshoot. Am I taking this to yellow? I'll be careful that we don't break yellow today. Let's go here. Let me give you information for the bootcamp. Bootcamp is free. You have to be there right at market close, and our Discord will give you the link to join it. So mods, here, this thing I just typed, mods. Make sure you guys copy and paste that link with that code for people. Y'all can make sure they can get the bootcamp for free this time. Ooh, we are selling off. So my funded next. Bum, 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 ba-dum, ba-da-dum. Resilience is like the best indicator on the fucking planet. It's so good. People here have a saying, they say resilience is never wrong. It's just sometimes early. It's fantastic. You could find the flux of the redistribution zone so quickly with resilience. Let me close that out and just play the long. I just was going to try to get on it. It could fall out. I don't care. I hate being in shorts in a bull market. Let me just, I'd take profit on that. Let me close these. Close. I hate being short in no man's land. I'm so impatient with this. I hate being short. I'm just going to take something and get out of it. I know I'm putting something on the table by not hanging on to it, but code only works for new people that haven't taken the bootcamp before. It's probably still going to crash out, but I don't know. My entry was pretty garbage. Like I basically just randomly got in here. I'd like to see this try to rally, and I'd love to short it off of something better. My efficiency on that was pretty bad. I can get chopped up and go negative just by being chopped up. I was just going off a feel of this one. My entry was like here. I'd love for it to be up here. Ideal. Like remember, shorts, you want your shorts to be as perfect as you can. You can get chopped up shorting the wrong place. And I kind of got it at the wrong place. So I'm gonna try it again later. Ideal short area. up in here, off of the lines themselves. If it falls and I miss out, like I don't care. Remember, I always teach you guys I don't have the itch to like have to be in a trade all the time. And that's probably gonna fall. It feels very heavy today. So I'm not gonna long off a blue because the blue resilience is negative. So these negative and positive just tell you which way it's expected to go. Negative is this way, positive is this way. Positive is up, negative's down. So negative, positive, negative. Let me teach you how to read resilience really quick. Helps you paint a picture of the pivots. It's really cool how it works. So ready, watch this. White is negative, so resistance. You can basically draw lines like this. Resistance, resistance, resistance. Blue is negative, resistance. Orange is positive, support. So now with these arrows, you can kind of like draw a path. And then if it breaks, well, so down, 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 bounce. And then it'll have to fight here. And then either breaks or it doesn't break. So and we give you this in the algo, essentially to make it easier. Those confluences are mapped out by saying resistance, 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 resistance. Now that this is the overnight hedge pressure, which I still use in the daytime. The real monthly hedge pressure is way down here. So we're still like way away from that. If DD ratio is high, it means this is going to want to target a bull zone. The problem is that any bull zone will qualify. It's either balanced here or it's balanced here. So today we've got two paths. Either A, we're bouncing off of there, or B, we're going to end up down here. So remember, when the ratio is bullish, it doesn't like to be not bullish 90% of the time. So 10% of days will land in there. 90% of the days we're either going to bounce off of that really hard or we're going to crash down to here. The bias is a greater bull market. The bias today is this market's going to sell off. Resilience, hands down, gave us that right out the door. We filled the gap, negative res, negative 40, negative 20 is extremely bearish. Now here's the one long possible bounce point on S&P for a maybe long scalp. Monthly's still good. With this heaviness, I don't know if this long I'm going to take today. I kind of want to let this play out. I want my, now this isn't every single time long pivot. The fact is negative resilience, the long pivot only goes to next resistance. When I tell you guys this white line means next resistance, it's the next line that says resistance. And that's how you determine that. So see right here, resistance. So here to here is a scalp, 50 to 62. 10 points, a 10 point stop. It's 1-to-1. I'm going to choose, I should take this one every single time. I'm going to choose to only play this at the exact pivot though. I need the full stretch of that. So I'm not going to try to chase this. It says code not valid, bootcamp 1,000. All caps. Bootcamp 1,000, all caps. So we're either going to bounce here and hold, or we're going to end up closing at 300 on NASDAQ. S&P, similar boat. S&P has support all the way down here at DD band. So about from where we currently are trading, it's about 50 points lower. There's about 200 points lower on NASDAQ. So NASDAQ and S&P are traveling roughly the same speed right now relative to their limits. So NASDAQ will probably overshoot down to here when S&P bounces off of green. This is one of our strongest pivots we have to bet that the DD band holds. But we are overdue for a really big correction day, and today might be that day. VIX is starting to move higher. No really big news. Yeah, and like I said, this could be that day that just dies out. I'm a little concerned. Not betting on it, of course. I'm still bull biased. I'm just going to trade where it matters. Do you ever watch YM? I don't anymore. I used to when I started trading. These days, I feel like the Dow Jones needs to be retired. Other than it being like a psychological thing, it doesn't really... The Dow Jones is no different than any other, you know, ETF or hand-chosen basket of stocks. It doesn't... It's like chosen arbitrarily to represent a mix of companies. I don't think it represents the economy much more than it's just its own unique entity these days. The S&P being like the top 500 companies is meaningful. That's a strong gauge of the economy or health of everything. So I kind of like the Dow Jones, it's on its own accord, is like a useful thing for people that like to trade it. But do I think the Dow Jones has any meaning anymore for like the greater market? I don't. It's just the luck of those companies, you know, which companies are doing good or bad. The fact it's only 30 companies makes it like a weak index. So I've as the years have gone by, whenever oil and gas were the top companies, when I started trading, it was banking, where the top companies were banks, right? And then it migrated into being oil and gas during the shale boom. Like there was a moment where ExxonMobil was the highest market cap company in the world, by the way. Probably like in 2013, something like that, 2014. And then now tech is like the big dog. And now that tech drives the boat, the Dow Jones just has never been like able to really gauge much for me anymore. It takes one company, Nvidia, to crash all three indices, right? So that's just my opinion, though. You guys, you know, if y'all like it, y'all like it. As the years have gone by, I used to watch it to think like, okay, there's psychological levels to the Dow, and you know, everyone used to talk about Dow. But as far as like trading goes, it never really helped give me an insight. Let's double check the monthly maps while we're here. Yeah, so I feel that today, we'll see where those limits are, right? On monthly maps, you guys learned the monthly maps class. We only flip to bull market, to bear market when we fall into bear territory. So we'd have to crash really quick to fall into tomorrow's bear zone, which is 72 on S&P. So we have bear zone today, but tomorrow it rescues itself and still in liquidity pocket. So for this to be bearish, we'd really have to fall to lower lows. And so this has support all down in here for the next couple of weeks. So for us to flip into like bear market territory, it needs to fall very nasty. Anything inside of here, 65.30, between now and a week from now is still bullish. So this indicates there's a possible W-shaped bottom on this. NASDAQ is going to be a little less conservative. NASDAQ will be, I would say, probably more on the fringe. Yeah, NASDAQ's pocket is, well, actually NASDAQ's about the same. NASDAQ's bear zone pocket support is roughly where this month's low was. So NASDAQ can fall down to here and still support as time goes by. You can see I have the bear zone still moving like this down. As long as you have liquidity pocket, these are lows over time. So wherever we fall, like if we fall to here and fall to there, I'd be willing to still take the bull bet that we hold up. So this is a long-term projection. Uses options to forecast long-term pivots. All right, so today we're gonna wait. There's that yellow line bounce. I'm gonna wait and avoid and chill. Resilience numbers are not improving. Resilience is not a crash indicator, it's just a flux indicator. Negative resilience means there to there and nothing else, okay? So people like to think resilience means, okay, market's gonna crash because it's negative. It doesn't. It just tells you the probability of either being this side of the box or this side of the box, just the box. And so it's just an indicator for confluence for just this tiny area here. Now it can change the polarity of these pivots. See how it says resistance? So this is a resistance pivot. Like if I'm longing, I would get out of the way at that resistance. So down here, resilience no longer matters. The blue resilience only matters when you touch the blue. The white resilience only matters when you touch the white. In the middle, you don't use it as a gauge. It's not a It's not a price action indicator that says negative resilience, market's going to crash. It just means market's going to crash through there and then reject off of there. And then that's it. As far as it goes, it's nothing to do with the gap fill projection. What would I consider as breaking the yellow line? Any break is considered by one full strike distance. So a 40-point drop of yellow can be pretty drastic. So S&P still has good monthly resilience pressure here. So very, very good probability that S&P does hold this. Despite all things being negative. There's a long setup from here. And every single time long setup, and I should take it. But with the negative res, there's resistance from it. So that's why I'm not really wanting to take it. You can see you have that long pressure from here. That's support. The manual ones for the overnights, we don't have the automation yet to show the confluence. But there's support from here and resistance from there. So you can see that it's trapped in a tiny range, which is kind of why I should take it, because it's every single time, but I'm not taking it because it's just not that appetizing of a play. You can see that pressure is manifesting itself here. Pressing from there, that's the resistance and support together. Trapped in a tiny little range. As dangerous as it's falling, I'm going to convince myself to not try to take that trade because it's limited by that redistribution zone resistance. Probably big sell-off day today. That was my call out this morning and yesterday. I was like, we're kind of overdue for some kind of news-based correction. Maybe the market was really spooked by the fact that we have nobody getting laid off. That's the most bearish sign in the world right now, is that nobody got laid off last week. This is the lowest week over week unemployment filing number since January of 2024, in 2 years. We haven't seen 191 in forever. That's huge. Compared to this, these are people filing for unemployment. So nobody got laid off last week. But maybe it's because maybe it's a remnant of government shutdown. Who knows? Maybe it's just a blip. Project X is acting up. What happened? Just eating candy bars while I box in there. Hey, it's not a candy bar. It's a protein bar. It's like a candy bar, like a sugar-free candy bar. I don't have breakfast. Nobody loves me. Yeah, I'm gonna wait right here, avoid this area, and try to play the stronger pockets. I've seen a good A plus on S&P for a while. Yeah, there is that potential MHP bounce, which is this area that's fighting in right here. This range is not bad. I'll take a 11K run off of that drop though. I don't want to do this. You know what I'm saying? So guys and girls have gone through the boot camp. Now you see where my patience comes from, right? It's really just the data in front of my face. You can see that I'm always thinking through these things, right? I'm using my resistance and support knowledge to basically map out what I think I'm gonna do. Resistance from here. Resistance from here. Resistance from here. Support from here. Resistance from there. And so you can see that it's sort of bouncing between these resistances. Even though there's selling pressure, you can see that the market still tries to, the hedging and all the stuff that takes place at these levels is still strong enough to create waves inside of the move, which is where I make all my money. I'm just trading the pressures. Even though the market's falling straight down, it doesn't just go without bouncing off of our pivots that produce volume, right? This is a high volume pivot, a volume node. This is a volume node, right? We talked about that yesterday. Market's bouncing off of these pivots. And that's why like even markets are selling off, I can always still make money longing from pivots. I would gauge how much I get from the fact that this bumping into a resistance or not. Why am I avoiding a trade at MHP even though it's positive? You're not wrong. I should be taking a trade here. I'm letting it play out just a little bit just to see what's happening. I can make a trade from here, but the resistance is there. So the fact is that the trade potential is only like a 1-to-1. And I would choose to do it with a medium-sized trade normally. If all things are pretty good, medium to normal. But we're losing some sort of layers to the market today with everything selling off as hard as it is. And I'm sort of like talking myself into a small and then talking myself into a sit out. Like I could plant a contract long here to bet on this going all the way back up. And I should, right? But the negative resilience has me just scalp it to there and then I'd be done. So there is no reason for me to avoid this other than I've talked myself into a position of zero. Remember I told you when you lose confluence, I go from normal to medium, medium, small, small to sit out. Confluence, confluence. I've convinced myself to trade a zero. So this would normally be a normal to a medium for most people, right? To me, it's usually a normal. And then I've just, you know, these things are all looking pretty gnarly. So I would just been like, trade it small, sit out. There's only 10 points inside of it. Sit out, right? So, yeah, so the idea is, it's technically speaking, I should be longing from here, yes. Technically speaking, it has a really good probability of bouncing. Remember, about 73% of days with full confluence, about 90. But the resistance is right above it. So it's kind of like a really tight sandwich. I might be able to get 10-point scalps inside of here, but also I can always choose to talk my way into trading zero. I should trade it every single time, which I am trading it right now. I'm just trading it with the size of zero. Colors of resilience line up with the indicator that it's a tiebreaker for. White, orange, and yellow. White looks at the white line. Let me say white, blue, and yellow. Or orange. Orange looks at the orange line. Blue looks at the blue line. So when you hit the orange line, your eyeballs go down here and say, aha, orange is positive. So orange is support. If it happens to break it, the less probability, the less probable thing is we break it, the higher probable thing is we hold it. And it's trying to hold it. You see that? If we break through and touch blue, blue is negative. So if we break through this orange and touch blue, it's going to accelerate a fall because this is now resistance. You use them as a tiebreaker when the index touches each line. You're looking at what are the stocks doing at their own monthlies? What are the stocks doing at their own weekly hedge pressure? What are the stocks doing at their own RDZ? Right? So these are arbitrage indicators that are looking at what the stocks are doing relative to each line that the index is trying to track. So the index is moving and tracking the stocks underneath it. Now you have a quick view of the stocks. The stocks have all gapped up and filled their gap since resilience was positive and negative. So this was a gap and gap fade. So all the stocks look like this right now. The majority of the market cap is trading down here. The index is likely not to rally unless the stocks are back above their own half gap as well. So this dash line represents this dash line. So stocks are below the dash line. Index is below the dash line. All right, it's tracking the stocks. And so the stocks are still monthly gamma positive, which is decent. Bouncing pressure off of orange. Blue negative. So we hit the blue where I wrote the word avoid. The reason it says avoid is because the blue is very negative. So I'm not going to try to buy the dip there. It's right on the edge of dying pretty quick. And if I miss out on whatever green day on this, then whatever. But it feels a little sketchy today. VIX is starting to climb. So I've talked myself, with losing all those confluences, I've kind of talked myself into a smaller position. Hope that makes sense to you guys. Now we wait. You think we hit 25,250? Simon, I'm not, dude. I'm not disagreeing with you. That lower bull zone sounds about right. You're pausing to see how the book. Yeah, Jaro, I'm in like the same boat as you. I'm like, let's let this one play out, right? Yeah, I'm gonna avoid this area myself. Now you can say, well, Matt, if you feel like it's gonna fall, why don't you jump in and chase a short? Well, efficiency, right? Chasing a short at the bottom is always a dumb decision because it can easily squeeze against me and then fall. So what I do is I wait for a nice green pop against the resistance in case it comes so I can prep to short. You'll notice that one of the things that keeps my win rate high is not chasing into something that's to the downside. If I know it's falling, I'm just not losing money, which is great. Another winning day, perfect, right? But do I want to be the last person trying to short at the bottom? Maybe half the time I can make a big bunch of money. But we do have some long pressure from here, so I'm not trying to chase this. We've got support here, potential nasty fall there. That being so close to the edge, I can trade it small to the long side, which is what I should be doing. I've just convinced myself to trade at zero. Yeah, never chase a bear trend. Always chase a bull trend though. If market's going up, try to get in on it every time. Market's going down, don't try to get in on it unless it pops. Is a possible next zone, then I'm speculative based on the risk interval. Right, so that's basically the next zone level, right? Down in here. Your risk interval move is about, what, 500? Somewhere like there. 60 points off of this. This This range would be about 68.20, which would be way down here. This is like the third, fourth day in a row we've sold off at the open. See, remember, I don't chase a short. I wait. If I get a nice pop, I could still pile into a nice little short here. Like if the market just all of a sudden pops up to there with negative res, I can short it one more time. I always use shorts to get in and get out very quick. That's how I roll. Remember, this was what? 10 minutes of trading for 11,000 bucks. You try to think of it like this. On shorts, you want to be accurate and you want to be first. You don't want to be in it all the time. The longer you're going to short, the more it's going to kick you in the ass. So with shorting, my short trades are like in and out as quick as I can. I like to catch the first move before everybody sees it. And then while everyone's like, maybe I should short it here. This is where kind of the dummies are trying to jump in and chase it. But I'm like on the sidelines already. So when it comes to shorting, you'll never see me holding a short for an extended period of time. These were like 2 and 5 contracts. Like this one was 2 and these reached 5. This one was 2. So medium to small. And like not a bad haul, right? For just a little bit. Somebody says resurrect with scripture. All right. Never chase a trend. Resurrect with scripture. I dig it. Of course, but I think that I missed the resistance areas. It becomes resistance if resilience is less than 0. Yeah, it becomes resistance immediately. So when you fill the gap and then hover at the box and bounce off the box with negative res, my goal is to short here, here, and here to bet that we end up down here. So I immediately jumped in on a short with 2s and 5s, and then it made the money. Had we bounced up to there, I would have added to some of them and added a few more accounts like this one to bet that we closed down here. So essentially negative resilience is this upper area. I bet that we closed below here. So I'm building a position all throughout this box. You'll learn this today in the resilience class. In the previous lessons, I don't talk about shorting inside of here because it's really a coin flip. But it's a better coin flip. This boot camp, we're going to teach shorting in the redistribution zone. And people are going to flip their shit because it's not a strong short. Our rules here have always been take stronger shorts only. With negative res, it's like a 60-40 short. We got rid of that liquidity map short off of blue because it was a 60-40 short as well. To focus only on the strong pivots. But I am going to teach in this particular class today's move. The people do, again, it's up to you if you want to decide, because you do sometimes not get a good A+ setup a lot of days, right? And so the only thing you do have is the open and close to play with. So in this resilience class today, and the refilming, I'm going to teach longing and shorting in the redistribution zone how to do it. It's not like a very powerful short, but it is an opportunity. There's a lot of people that want to like, how do I trade that opening move? So today is going to focus a lot on that. That's it. Somebody said, St. M's, you tend to hold in the very small position on the short side. If your runner is 3 micros on the long side, your short runner is 1. Right, because like short markets or soft markets, they move so much faster than bull markets. You don't need a big position. It might travel 3 times as far. So trade a third of your position is a great idea. I've always had the same mentality. You know, the market goes up like an elevator, falls, or like an escalator and falls like an elevator, right? So most people are like, let me short with 5 and then long with 5 and short with 5. You don't really need to be so risk on if you're trying to short and the market falls. You might feel like you're missing out on a huge windfall by betting big and missing out on a big sell-off, but you're constantly fighting the uptrend by doing that. You're going to lose small to medium every time to win big. It's not worth losing that much. So if I am trying to short, it's always a smallish position. You're not going to see me often shorting with full port short unless it's Pat Whelan's BDH tournament, which I won that tournament on a full port short. But I was swinging for the fence on that one. I wouldn't do that with real money. Shorts always are in and out quick. smaller positions because it's going to move faster. I can make the same money on a big move with a small position as I can with a small move, the big position to the long side. So I tend to be like very much in and out on shorting as quick as possible. I don't trust holding on for bigger downtrends for longer periods of time because blind monkey, right? Rest starting to flip a little bit. It's improving, but it's still negative, right? So that's why I'm like not chasing the short, the downside. Remember, shorts is always off a pop. So if we pop to like here, I'm definitely willing to build another short off of that. The white line is a polarity of this middle. So if it's gonna want to close below that middle. So I'm gonna play a position inside of here. Yeah. That MHP, somebody says, why aren't you longing? I said I am, but longing at 0 with longing in my head. It's sort of stuck between these pivots, and now we're getting to see what the market's looking at. What do y'all think? Nice rally on Russell, huh? Why the hell's my Russell not on here? Oh, look at this. Nice little rotation of small cap. So Russell and the S&P and NASDAQ don't correlate with each other, by the way. So there's no overlap. The Russell are unique stocks. So a lot of times people are, you can see that people are still risk on in the Russell, which supports the greater idea of people aren't fleeing the stock market in general. I guess when the big caps are stalling out, the small caps are what's hot. So good to see Russell's moving. But just educating you guys, never believe that because Russell's rallying, other things will rally. But believe that because Russell is rallying, other things are probably not going to sell off too hard. People tend to risk on in the bigger caps and then the riskier stuff later. So people will buy like blue chips and then like companies with bad debt and then small cap stocks. And then they'll buy crypto and then they'll buy NFTs. So they buy like stupider and stupider things as they become more diversified. And then they unwind that risk in the same way in reverse. So they sell the dog shit first. Y'all remember NFTs? That's supposed to be the next big thing in the metaverse or whatever. You could be a dinosaur and nobody can have your avatar in a video game. Everyone all in. Heard fucking Mark Cuban talk about NFTs in Bitcoin, Florida. He sounded like the biggest fucking tool on the planet talking about it. I was like, what? I can't look. I was like, I watched so much Shark Tank. I used to believe he was a smart guy, but watching him talk about NFTs, I couldn't help it. LOL at that. Yes, sir. Anywho, what a dope dude. I just think he was so smart too. He's a smart guy, but you hear him talk about NFT Miami. Listen to him talk about NFTs like they were kind of game-changing thing. Rocket 30 is only for new customers, Mark. They're only giving the discount to new customers on the Rocket 30 thing. Sorry about that. It's Rocket. Hold on, let me make sure I change this marquee. So, my bad. It's new customers is Rocket 30. Existing is Rocket. They're not giving existing customers a discount. More than 15%. Yeah, when everything becomes tokenized, and NFTs will probably change the game. But... look at him. He's a dinosaur. Yay, he's so brave. Look at his avatar. No one else can have it. Anyways, I'm just memeing. But the idea is that people risk on into like riskier things first and they risk out of it. So if riskier things are rallying, then people still have an appetite for longing. The part of you being a bull or bear is deciding if people are putting money into stuff or pulling money out of it. When people are pulling money out of something, putting it in their pocket, and holding a 2% loss a year because of inflation, it tells you something about the stock market. You put your money in the stock market that always goes up like this because it beats inflation, right? Or ties inflation at least. So the idea of if you're deciding if you're a bull or bear, not people are selling stock, that's the newbie answer. You're not a bear because people are selling stock. You're a bear because people are pocketing their cash. People are going to sell stock and buy NFTs. They still have an appetite to buy something. They will continue to buy that stock when it hits a low. It's when people are, I need my cash back, is when shit falls. And that's really what you're trying to look for. So when Russell's rallying and everything else is selling off, there's just a rotation, right? People are dumping stock here and buying stock here. It means tomorrow or the next day, we're probably back to rallying. Nobody has an appetite for risky stuff and doesn't have an appetite for blue chips. Does this make sense? So you say that like it doesn't have anything to do with today, but it tells me the greater sentiment. Nobody's going to be pumping into a bunch of Russell stocks if the stock market's crashing. You wouldn't be rotating into riskier stuff unless you were planning on holding stuff for a very long time. Make a little bit of sense, right? You think Cuban actually bought artwork to put in his metaverse mansion? I wouldn't doubt it. How will rollover affect this price action? Rollover is usually very real time accounted for. You don't really see rollover creating a lot of opportunities. Rollovers these days is pretty seamless now that the market's extremely liquid and computerized. I would say, you know, like in the early 2000s, rollover effects, you could see a lot of money moving from here to there, rolling over. These days, people are so sophisticated when they do it. It's not like everybody waits the last minute to roll over. People have strategies that roll over slowly, roll over soon. So the net effect of rolling over doesn't have like a last minute thing anymore. I've noticed that I've never really accounted for, okay, it's rollover, let me trade differently. I've traded every Friday exactly the same as every other day. And I've never felt like the market had some weird effect because it was that day. So personally, like anecdotally for like my experience, I don't consider rollover as any kind of consideration. When people are like, it's triple witching, be careful. I'm like, of what? Use the same structure, the same strategies. So very good question though. These days, I feel like it's because the market is so sophisticated and there's so many ways that people can get in and out of positions quickly and easily. You don't really see like the big hedge funds in the world going, oh, it's rollover day. We forgot to do it. Okay, let's roll over now. You know, everybody has like a mechanized way of doing it. Rolling over is when one contract expires or is expiring and people are moving their money to a new contract, or options are expiring, people move into a new one. So every quarter, there's a Friday every quarter where futures expire and stock options expire. So basically every third Friday of the month, stock options expire. Every quarter on that same Friday, futures will expire. And so when you expire something, people have to move their money from this month's contract to next month's contract. That's a rollover. Now, people choose to roll over whenever they want. Like I can start choosing H6 contract for NASDAQ right now instead of Z6, instead of Z5. I can roll over personally right now. And you have the freedom to roll over whenever you want. There's just a rollover deadline. There's a certain time afterwards that you just get liquidated and you can't just seamlessly roll over. Once the contract expires, then you don't get to choose when you get out and get in. You have to get out and get in at that minute. So people roll over before that moment. But that last day, usually there used to be like, people were very, early education was, avoid this day because it can have unusual effects, or avoid monthly options expiration because it can have unusual effects on that day. While it is true, it usually just doesn't. People aren't usually caught off guard on those days, and the effect of that expiration creates a big deal. The only thing I ever see that creates a big deal is around that VIX expiration. In some environments, that third Wednesday of the month and the Tuesday and Thursday around it have been sometimes huge upset days. But volatility is a whole different animal. And that's a rare thing. And that might just be isolated to a couple single big actors that caused it. Like you're in a highly volatile month, 1 month, and then when VIX options expire, the next month it flips bullish on a dime, which is what this last month was like, right? As soon as we rolled out of VIX November and into December, it was a whole different game. Once that forward curve flipped over and went to backwardation, we've been bullish ever since. Exactly that Wednesday, the market changed its tone, which is crazy. Friday, wait, let me find the day here real quick. It's going to be on, what day is it? Tuesday. 11/17. Yeah, so 11/17, right? We're like, remember the market just felt bear. Then all of a sudden it's like bull. It can cause like dynamic shifts in the overall market. But the day itself doesn't necessarily cause an event. But VIX itself around that day can cause like this was a lot of this had to do with like, you know, that shifting that forward curve. The market people's were like, perception was, okay, now we're bullish. And you saw that Tuesday, which was here, when VIX rolled over this day, the next day was like, oh my God, sell off. Or, oh my God, rally. Oh my God, sell off. Oh my God, just kidding. So you had this kind of effect. Rollover can create this kind of effect in the index products. If the market is sensitive to something going on, especially when VIX rolls over into backwardation, this can be a bull reversal point a lot of the times. But again, it's just we're just chatting about it, right? There's no like, is it a high probability that something happens or not? It just can be like, you know, around those days, don't trust really big moves that happen because they can just be an effect of that event. So it's not like because the event's coming up, something big should happen. Think about the other way around. Okay, something big happened. Maybe it's that event. Let me just sit it out a little bit. Oh my God, crazy. VIX rolled over and huge rally day. And the next day was, oh my God, huge sell-off day. And the next day was like slow rallying for the next 3 weeks. You know what I mean? So VIX, I've seen around that the third Wednesday of the month when VIX monthly options expire, that rollover has created an event because the Tuesday before, that night before is when you roll over in futures. And VIX shifting from that strange mentality that we've had the last 2 months, and then we flip from contango to backwardation. That's a whole mindset switch. And that caused, you know, people to sort of like scramble those next couple of days. That's not always. So I don't really consider it as like a day I need to just like trade differently. But if the market just has this abnormal large move one way or the other around these expirations, or, you know, I tend to say, okay, you know, that could be because of rollover in hindsight. Yeah. When I think about ICT and smart money concepts overall, is it legit? I'm going to tell you the same answer I give to everybody when you ask me things like this. Nothing is legit. You can trade with your eyes closed and make money just with good risk management. I proved that with my random challenge I did. Nothing out there will work as far as like, this will make you money. Like follow this system and it'll make you money. Never, nothing will. But also everything will at the same time. So you can trade with the fucking dartboard and make money. If you have great risk management. So it only works for people with good risk management, but then everything works for people with good risk management. If you have poor risk management, it won't work. Nothing will work. Rocket Scooter won't work with poor risk management either. The answer to your question is no, it's not legit. But nothing is. The only legit thing is your risk management, and you could put anything to work and make money. Promise you that. So if you're asking, is if I just follow the system and study under this person, will I make money? The answer is no. all of it is not, the market can't be predicted mathematically. This isn't insulting ICT or ICT traders. The market can't physically be predicted. And the claim of technical analysis is past action can predict future action. Now, it does give you indicators of things happening, which can be confluence indicators to your position, which is never a bad thing, but on its own, it falls on its face because it can't predict the market. But you can close your eyes and point a stick at your computer and say, oh, that's the long, and then take the long. And you can make money with that strategy too, with amazing risk management, which is what I did, right? With this challenge I did. I showed that I didn't lose money trading randomly. And so you can use ICT concepts to make a whole lot of money, but the concepts itself aren't making the money. It's you as a trader. Your risk management, position management style. Like, you can go bowling with a baseball and still knock some pins over, but you would rather bowl with the bowling ball, right? Like, I feel like technical analysis is trying to bowl with the baseball. You're never going to get a strike because of that baseball. But you can knock some pins over with it. In reality, you just have to be even more exact with how you roll that baseball to get some pins over. You also can't hit a bowling ball with a baseball bat and have it go far either. But Tory but Tory trades can get a strike with a baseball. Yeah. But I would say if you are studying ICT concepts and the person teaching you them is not teaching you position size mechanics, stop loss mechanics, you're going to absolutely getting scammed. But ICT concepts aren't bad because of the framework of them is trying to identify the same thing any good trader is trying to identify: periods of liquidity and illiquidity. So it's not wrong in what its attempt of doing. It's actually a very good system on its own of doing that. But most people say, is it legit or not? They're thinking, well, I make money with this. So the idea is if the market's consolidating and then breaks up and is consolidating higher, everyone in the world has a name for this. I think ICT traders call this a gap, right? But if I were to take a different color and I was to draw something like this, well, Pat Whelan would call that a bear flag, a bull flag, right? If I were talking to Brian Shannon, the TA guy, he'd call this one half of a head and shoulders, right? It's all the same shit, no matter how you frame it. It's consolidation, liquid market, illiquid market, liquid market, right? So everyone is trying to kind of like construct a system around the same thing. People are liquid, illiquid markets move, liquid markets don't. Liquid markets don't crash either. They stay put or go up. And so everybody's trying to like do the same thing, labeling it differently. It's not wrong to do that. It just doesn't mean that because it did that, it's going to keep going. There's no guarantee of anything. Your goal is to try to guess which way it goes before it goes, right? And position adequately for that and have good risk management. So, but why I say it's not legit is because people usually sell it as this is going to make you a ton of money. And it never has. And but in its defense, no technical analysis has ever made anybody any money. Over time, TA has proven itself to be a coin flip, but it doesn't mean it's useless. Like, you can become the perfect baseball thrower and hit 6 or 7 pins down. You do it right. And in reality, it has everything to do with your approach to the trade. So, and I can make the same argument for Rocket Scooter. We can predict where volume will be. We can predict where pivots will be. And we're really, really, really good at that. But I still won't make any money if I'm not doing this correctly. Like today, remember, I'm like, I'm not chasing the short. Let me try to frame a better short up here. So now we're at half gap right on the S&P. Technically speaking, this is a place to maybe take a short from the half gap. I'll take a small one, just play that one out a little bit. Let's just demonstrate a little tradey trade here. Remember, I just wait. I'm not always chasing something. I'm waiting for an opportunity. All right, 1 minute. 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 Resiliences are still pretty gnarly. Now let's keep an eye on this to make sure that's not moving higher. And let me double check some of the bigger stocks today. Nvidia, Microsoft not moving. Nvidia is moving. So a lot of this is Nvidia. Nvidia did bounce off of MHP, which is a really strong pivot. This is the 2 trade on the BRSU. Just try one little thing here. And if this is that big rally update today, well, then that is. We'll see. The fact that the market had no selling pressure here. Interesting. That rotation to Russell probably had a little bit of selling pressure. Yes, it did. So yeah, people are rotating around. So people aren't doing like a mad dash for the door. Everything would be selling off in a mad dash for the door. So like I said, you normally see some relaxation on sell-offs. If people have an appetite for risky stuff, then they're usually pretty cool on the big stuff. That's why I'm not betting on a market collapse or crash. But yeah, I would love to short half gap inside of here. You'll see how that works. Didn't play. Hit my half gap. This is resistance. Okay. Now I'll take a stab. You know, from here to here at minimum. Watch what happens. If it breaks, then, you know, at least retracing this, I could probably get 10 points off of that just on this little short here. Remember, trading, baby, is all about waiting. Don't mind, do me a favor and smash that like button, friends. We can get that giveaway going on in a little bit. I know the drill there. I haven't seen Dan in here in a couple days. Hope Dan's doing all right. Maybe he's on vacation or something. Are you around? Are you around, Dan? How's it going? Day waiting with Matt. Oh yeah. Why half gap and not the close? Well, both, right? Half gap and the close. So half gap is the resistance. It can overshoot to close, which I can still play off of. So I put 2 on this first trade, and if we hit the close, I can hit it with like 2 more, 3 more. I can play both of them, right? So, essentially I could play here and here. So, 2, maybe like bigger, 5 more, or 5 total, sorry. Keep it small, hit it big in case you overshoot. You're not wrong. You're not wrong trying to long this either. The greater market is still bullish. I'm just short scalping. I'm not shorting for market sell-off. It held fairly well today, so this is a good sign. People were dumping some stock, getting into Russell, now dumping some Russell, getting into some stock, just moving money around. Not strong, and it's not really strong and bullish, but it's definitely not that bearish, with the exception of the resilience is not that great. We don't have momentum from the big stock, so this is a great play. This is also a great example of waiting for what you want, right? When I said I'm not chasing the short, I didn't see this candle, decided to jump in on it. I could have taken the long from here to here, which we talked about. I just chose to trade it at 0. And now I'm like, I have a really good signal. Half gap resilience, negative. I can take it with a small position. Let's see what I get out of it, right? I mean, there's a bunch of goofy fucking trolls on social media. Somebody was like, Matt's not showing his funded X anymore because he blew them up and he doesn't want to tell us about them. Nerds out there. Look, each of my accounts rocking about $100,000 balance. There's some goofy folks. I'm just trading my real account because I want to trade a real account now. But yeah, this is one of the accounts right now. One of my funded X accounts, the world record balance still sitting there. $102,000 of profit. Anyways, people gonna all kind of wild theories there. No, I didn't blow up my accounts. Herpa derpa derpa derp. Goofballs out there. I blew it up to the fucking moon. That's just one of the accounts, 100K. My accounts are rocking about 50 to 100K profit. How come Matt's not showing his funded X accounts anymore? He secretly blew them up and doesn't want to tell us about it. And I announced I'm going to be trading. I'm like, in November the 1st, I'm going to be trading a real account challenge so I can make that Matt Coors goofball that was talking shit eat his words. That guy's been blowing up Apex accounts all November, avoiding that trading challenge. And I decided to, apart from whipping his ass, which is feeling pretty good, 17% in a real account. The guy didn't have 100K to put in a real account, so I had to convert this to the random challenge. And now the random challenge is over because I needed to do that before the boot camp so I can have the nice little write-up to go with the boot camp. But yes, my funded X accounts are still fucking crushing it. Thank you if I'm cracking you up. All kind of wild theories. People are really funny. But yeah, I get it. It's cool to be skeptical. You should be skeptical of everything you see online. Always be skeptical. This is Trade of 8, my friend. You see numbers, no account, no nothing. Oh, what would you like to see? You want the account number of that too? Hold on, let me get out of this trade. Hold up. Pocket that again. Beautiful, beautiful. Close, 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 close. All right, close those shorts out. My bad. Here, y'all want to see? You want to see the account number with it? My bad. Hold on. Hold on. All right. Let's see. Oh, I guess here. Bum ba dum. Bum 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 bum. Sorry about that. Here is funded next with the account number and everything to go with it. Let me Photoshop it really quick. Sorry, my bad. Oh, it's just the SIM account. Oh, no, it's the SIM account. It's Photoshop. There you go. Funded next account. FA, Matt Cowart, 77375. 105K profit. Sorry about that. My bad. You see that? But it's just the demo account. Well, yeah, I mean, it's a sim funded account, but it's the funded account. Funded account. It would say FCH, I think, or something like that. FT, I think it's FTCH for challenge. FA is funded. So this is funded account with $105,000 profit. But wait, he photoshopped that. Yes, I did. I did it very quick though. You couldn't see it. So quick you couldn't see it. It's hard to believe that somebody's real. I know. I have the same skeptical approach to markets, but people hate. Somebody said somebody hates me. Look, these people are not traders. I'm a trader. I get all the attention. I get all the views because I trade. Everyone else wants to fake their way into an income. It's totally fine. They can do their own thing, but I'm very vocal as a purist and realist that I like to gatekeep, right? You need to earn your spot to have an audience in trading by being a good trader. I tend to have a little bit of a stolen valor feel to it when fakers try to do what I do and basically drain people of their money by doing something they're not qualified to do. And I again, most people just like don't worry about it and they're not bothered by it. I got my 10 points and closed out, by the way. The only reason it bothers me is because it hurts people. And I am such a fucking white knight, I guess, about it. So I'm very outspoken. Like if I had my way, I would convince every prop firm to scrap their affiliate programs for most or public affiliate programs. Because I feel that creates irresponsibility in space. People get led to slaughter left and right. They go to a prop firm, they don't get their full payout, then they complain because the affiliate they're working with didn't tell them the rules. They just wanted to make the sale, that kind of stuff. People come to me and like, man, I got denied a payout from this firm. And I go, well, did you read the rules? Well, I mean, should I make the payout I made? Did you read the rules? I mean, I made the money. Did you read the fucking rules, kid? Well, okay, no, I didn't. Well, get the fuck out of my face. Like, read the rules. Well, the rules are unfair. You signed up for it, man. The rules say they're going to do what they're going to do. It's right there in writing. Well, it's unfair. Well, then don't buy it. Like, my life is like that because of the affiliate world, right? So I'm very outspoken against it. I just say that people should be more responsible and take accountability. You should teach people what they're in for. Like, here's an example. If you go to Funded Next, after so many payouts, they can move you to live and forfeit your balance. Tradeify will do the same thing. ETF will do the same thing. Most of them will do the same thing. And you may say, well, I think that's unfair. I don't care what you think. The rules are the rules. That's how the rules are. You can't just be like, well, I feel like I should just paper trade and make all this free money because I'm a special snowflake Gen Alpha kid and my mom says I'm special. Like, there's rules to the game and people don't know the rules and no one out there's teaching people. And I just kind of always speak out against that. It attracts a few haters, I guess, but who cares? You know, I don't really care what other people think or think about me. Can't cancel talent. That's the one truth of trading. Like, I could literally sit here with snot coming out of my nose and somehow you guys will still watch. We caught Matt. He ran a $2 million Ponzi scheme. My views would probably double. Yeah, but he's a good trader, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, that doesn't bother me what people think. A lot of people out there don't trade, though, and I kind of like... It's getting a little out of hand because it's not because of them. It's because of the customers. So it's like the lineage of the problem is customer goes on social media, blasts about how the firm screwed him over. Customer didn't read the rules. Customer uses so-and-so's code. So-and-so's code didn't tell them the rules. So-and-so just, here you go, use my code, get a discount. And now no one knows what's going on. And then the firm's getting bad-mouthed by the customer. The firm's like, it's in the rules. Customer's like, well, I don't like the rules. And the firm is like, yeah. In court, a judge would say, get out of my court. Like, it's literally clearly stated there and you sign up for it. You've got no argument. But somehow in the court of public opinion, that argument still has weight. People are like siding with the customer, which is so weird that the court of public opinion is full of entitlement rather than logic. I don't know. So what I have to hear is a lot of people, is this firm bad? I heard this firm was bad. And then I can do all this extra work by saying, well, not really, it's bad. These are the rules and you either like it or you don't like it. Choose what you like. Read all the rules before you buy anything. And that goes with anything on planet Earth that you ever buy. Like, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna like investigate anything before you buy it. Somehow when it comes to investing and spending your own hard-earned money to gamble in the stock market, this is where people just become absolutely stupid with their money. Like when I hire somebody to build the wall in the house, I'm going through portfolios, looking at their work, making a smart investment decision. The influencer that I watch just got a $40,000 payout. I can do that too. Let me just buy this account with their code. Yeah, bro, use my code. Cool, I got your code. I just click the button and I get free money, right? It's a lot of that. Somehow people, when it comes to investing, have just become so stupid with their money. They're so smart with it everywhere else, but they're so dumb with it when it comes to the prop space. Like, please read the rules of anything you ever buy as an adult on planet Earth. You sign a contract for a new car, read it. You sign up for insurance, medical insurance, read the policy. Like, it's the one place where people stopped reading, I guess. I don't know. That's kind of what it's like. You know what I mean? People around the world don't win consumer court. Yeah, the USA is a very much like people think that their voice on social media matters, and it really matters very small. But yeah, resilience indicator you get from Rocket Scooter platform. But I'm totally okay with what people do, but I kind of like want to make sure I educate people. I stand up like person A, B, and C says this prop firm's a scam, and I stand on business and say, no, it's not. They followed exactly the rules they said they're going to do, and the other person would be like, well, I still think it's a scam. I don't care what you think. If your content is saying something's a scam to get people to watch it, I get it. No big deal. That's your content, but that's not true, and I'll always stand for truth about, you know, if it's in the rules. If it's not in the rules, I'll yell at people. You know, I'll yell at the prop firm and say, you know, why are you scamming people? But I tend to just follow logic and try to be stuck, you know, educate people the right way. You think it has a lot to do with the type of people getting into the prop space? It really does. Like, the type of people getting into the prop space are people that don't have a lot of experience with trading. They also don't have a lot of experience with props. Most of these affiliates didn't tell you that you're going to get your payout with withdrawal withheld to go live because they never went live themselves. That's like the funny part. Like, people are not putting two and two together. The person that you gave the code to, the person who gave you the code, themselves aren't a successful trader. They never made it to live, so they didn't even know to tell you that. But you're just like blindly following people because they're nice and you like them or whatever. Oh, robot, hold on. Sorry. No, I'm not. No, somebody said my annoyed. Not annoyed. Answering with you guys. I'm totally chill today. I'm having a great day. Hold on. There we go. We should be back. My bad. It's been exposed that Matt's a robot. But right. So you guys are y'all can hear me now better. It is exposed that I'm really an AI robot. God damn it. Y'all figured it out. But now I'm not talking shade on anybody. I'm just saying in general. A lot of people, it's like the blind leading the blind. And yeah, that is part of the reason why the prop space is a little kind of messy. It's because quote unquote leaders or people that are trying to be leaders haven't they don't have the experience to properly guide the people that they're working with. They're students themselves, and they don't know that. Like, for instance, I'm telling you guys, this is what happens with Tradeify. I started with Tradeify. I made $77,000 profit in their system. Then I got moved to live, and now I'm a live trader with them. So I've got like personal experience with every single one of the steps, right? Did I lose my, hold on. Do this real quick. I can't hear my. So at least when I'm telling you guys what to expect, I've been there. There's a lot of people just sort of like trying to get in on the business of props, but they themselves don't have a lot of experience with it. And it just leads to a bunch of confused customers. And Submarine Squid said, Matt, that's nothing. I bet you could have a constant lose rate over a month. Lower than I could have a constant win rate. No, you're going to have a good win rate. Yeah. You want to see my social security number? My mom's maiden name. Oh, yeah. All right, guys, we like to play a game here. It's been a good morning. Y'all can do me a favor. See, on the stream, right? We like to get a... We like to... we're like one step away from starting your own OnlyFans here. But I'd like for everybody here, guy or girl, doesn't matter. Whatever you got going on, I want you to look down at your desk and take whatever you got down there. I want you to whip it out for me. If you don't mind. Type it in chat. Just whip it out. Like, don't be shy. Why don't you show me that P&L? Daddy wants to see it. Don't be shy. We're friends here. I'll show you mine if you show me yours. 33 bucks, LOL. Hey, that's like a beer and a half at a bar. So creepy. You mean sexy. Don't be shy. So most people don't think of themselves, they blindly follow. It's very true. And the weird part is that, like, investing your own money, that's where you should be the least blind, but somehow people blind themselves to the most important thing in the world, like your income, right? For your livelihood. It boggles my mind how people are so reckless with their own money. It's also the thing that somebody would spend $20,000 failing props and not spend $100 to learn trading. It completely blows my mind that people are so short-sighted and blind when it comes to investing. Trader Ray says, you just started following. I appreciate the transparency. How do I get started? Just create an account for Rocket Scooter. You can join one of our programs or our boot camp. You already made the account, so you can buy the platform, and you can come to the boot camp every day after market close. We do boot camp here, which is trader training. We're gonna actually train you on this resilience indicator today. Just whip it out, place it on the table, let everybody see it. Only P&L. Is it big? Is it really big? Can it fit in your hand? Do you need two hands to hold that P&L? What's that curve look like? Is it nice and straight? Is there a curve to it? Does it chop all over the place? Ouch. How does it work? Is there a nice curve to it? Good deal. Thank you guys. All right. That song never gets old. The backtesting function will be available this year. We have just now commissioned our developers to work on that project. Right now we finished stabilizing the last patch and those issues we had with the downtime. That's done. The very next thing is to automate the overnights. I'm doing the test data on that, so they're waiting on me. Then right after we automate the overnights, which is a quick project, the back-end stuff's going to be done for the historic data and backtesting. So we just hired, I put in an order to hire 2 more developers to come on to do the backtesting and Rocket Script module. So you guys will be able to code your own indicators, translate your own Pine scripts into Rocket scripts, and pull your own TradingView stuff into here. And just to release that, I'm signing a new contract with TradingView, so another long-term contract with them. Freaking prices went up, dude. A contract with TradingView for white label is 3 times more expensive now than it was 5 years ago. It's crazy. So I'm trying to lock in as long as I can because they're freaking raising their prices too. P&L can get a little hairy sometimes. Are we still talking P&Ls? Always. What else are we talking about here? All right. So, by the way, we're going to be doing another fun songwriting competition. If you guys go to the Discord, there's a song submission. But yeah, so finish that conversation earlier. My call for everybody that's an affiliate is just to do your due diligence and be highly responsible for everybody that's using your customer code or your affiliate code. Like, the burden is on the people that are leaders or claiming to be leaders or trying to be leaders to be very good leaders. You're not just trying to make the sale. You really should help people out. you're leading them to a purchase. You should be the steward of their laziness and or the steward of correctness for their laziness. You need to assume your customer's going to be lazy, and you need to go the extra mile, just like any business owner would, to hold people's hands, because that's what it's like here. And people are going to be so dumb with their money, you can't just let them be dumb and you collect pennies from them every purchase they make. You got to really do what's right, I feel, and go out of your way to teach people. By the way, use my code asterisk. You may make some money, but they may withhold some of your payout because that's the rule. Nobody wants to say that, and I'm gonna finally throw some shade because they're directly committing fraud. They don't want people to know that because the sales will be down. They're gonna make every buck they can. If you tell somebody in the prop space, you might get some of your profits withheld. It's in the fine print. Fewer people are gonna buy it, and that they don't want that. And I feel like they're purposefully not sharing the information and just letting the people have that happen. And they're like, oh man, I'm so sorry that happened. Oh God, that sucks. Yeah, that site is a fraud, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? And so that's what always bothered me. Is that omission of details because it makes sales bad. So we're like very open about, making sure everyone knows the rules up ahead of time. And my call was just for affiliates to be more transparent with that, and somehow it draws haters. Well, because it's bad for their business, I get it. They don't want their sales to drop. But not everybody's a bad seed. Most people are just lazy, and the affiliates are lazy themselves. They're not purposely committing fraud. Some of them are, but they're omission and being like, oh, well, I didn't know that either, or whatever. I always been a big proponent of, anyone that uses your code is responsible. You're responsible for them. The funny thing was when FundedNext denied somebody's payout. Not denied a payout, sorry. Somebody went live with FundedNext and some of the payout was withheld. FundedNext had this written in their stuff since August. Like, we have a live program and this is what can happen. After so many payouts, we can consider you for live. We consider you for live. You forfeit the rest of your sim funded. And that is common. People didn't know that. I know that because I'm live with 3 firms. I know that. I've been there. That's why it doesn't surprise me, but somehow everybody was surprised. How can this happen? Terrible. And then somebody was like, Matt, you need to take responsibility for this. And I'm like, they didn't use my code. I went to FundedNext and found out whose code they used. The 2 people that happened to, and those 2 influencers, one of them trolls me. It was actually her client, or their client. Their client. It was actually their client. But somehow people were like, Matt, you promote FundedNext. Can you take accountability for this? Nope, not going to. This wasn't, I teach you guys how the program works. That was someone else's customer. So, what I'm saying? So I'm like, in reality, people are just trying to be, you know what I mean? Everybody should pull their weight together. I just call for us to be a stronger team. Not throwing shade at anybody. I feel like everybody should be a stronger team. You should be very transparent what the prop space is like as a community. But yeah, on social media, they were like tagging me and Brian, like, how come you didn't tell us this? I'm like, what do you mean tell you this? Who are you? Well, don't you promote them all the time? Yeah, I tell everyone in my community. Yeah, well, that's not good enough. How come you don't come on Twitter and post and let everyone know that too? This was the stupidity that came at me that day. I'm like, you want me to send you a singing telegram to every human on planet Earth? Should I go make a TikTok account and tell everyone on TikTok too? I don't work for the company. Like, that's not my purview is my community, my umbrella, my Discord. That's where I talk to people. Like, I let everybody know there. I'm not, the world's elected babysitter of every human being on Twitter. Some people are going to miss the message. I didn't sign up to be a full-time public servant to teach everyone on every social media corner on the planet how to read the rules. You know what I mean? I said her, somebody said who? Matt Kors. I felt bad for that guy. Y'all roasted that guy so much. Dude, that steak wasn't well done. That was cooked so hard. It was fucking congratulations. That poor guy. I felt bad for him. I'm not taking hedge pressure. This has been such a weird day. I've closed out all my trades, and I'm I'm pretty cool with what I got now. I could be taking hedge pressure again. Yes, it's definitely a good long to take again. But resilience is in a worse state. So the worsening state of resilience is kind of like we're sort of trapped inside of there. This was a beautiful play. This is a beautiful testament to how strong resilience is in a solid market with a good gap. I took the initial short, took the second. I waited for the second short, got my retrace on that, and then that was a pretty good trade. Yeah, that's the funny part, Dame, is that somebody telling me or Brian, and Brian and I were like, we tell everybody, and I'm like, yeah, I know. It's more like you guys aren't doing enough. People are just mad and they want to blame somebody big instead of like, you know, the person whose code that it was. The only reason I'm not saying the name is because I don't want to start any beef. But the person whose code that it was probably didn't even know. I know because I asked them. I was like, this person whose code was, and they told me straight up it was this person. And I wanted to send them a message, but this person's toxic already. It would have started beef. They would have started talking shit because of it. So I just left it alone. But the thing is that people are like, Matt, why didn't you do more? They're not like on a witch hunt to say, whose code was this? Who is at fault? People don't really care. And that's just the sad part about the whole prop space and the Twitter space. And you guys would understand. It would be like, yeah, who's the person whose community they hang out in that sold them on the prop idea? So why didn't they teach their customer, right? Somehow other people are going to sell stuff and make money, but I have to be the supervisor of these people for free and not get a cut myself. You know what I mean? I think the misconception is because you're big and famous or on Twitter or on YouTube or whatever, that you are responsible for everybody just because you're bigger. It's not the case. You're responsible for who buys something from you. Like Taco Bell is not responsible for McDonald's customers, and it would be weird for them to say, well, Taco Bell, you guys knew that this beef was giving people had mad cow disease. Why didn't you warn McDonald's customers of that? Because they're competitors. Nobody goes out there and looks out for their competitors, you know, like, anywho. I don't think anything's wrong. I feel like at some point there's just a lot of prop firms change their rules so much. I'm not blaming anybody or saying anybody's wrong. I'm actually cool with everybody, whatever. But people need to be more responsible because prop firms change their rules so much. The responsibility is as like a person with a code. You got to be on top of it, especially if you got 40 codes. You need to hire a team of people to be on top of it. All the rule changes. I have to hire a team of people to be on top of it. I mean, we're so big, we can't not do that. And so I have employees who just go out there and talk to prop firms all day and get to know the rules as they change and what's the deal, what's the new thing, what's their Black Friday sale, what changes are coming up. Can you guys send us the PDF so I can teach people? You know, like for example, Tradeify had their new plan that came out, and for like an entire week, I had this document, right? So I was able to study this. This is a company document. They give it to, you know, people that are whatever. I'm sure anybody out there could ask for it. Hey, I use your code. Can you give me the info? That way I have prepped myself. When you guys ask me questions, I can teach you about the new plans. And so I try to get it like a week in advance so that me and my team can study it. And you guys go to tech support and ask Slacks or any of the mods, and they should know the answer for y'all. I feel like it's important to go the extra mile when it comes to the prop space because they all do. They all change so quick. It's like you got to really just read those rules every day to see, okay, anything changed today. Sometimes they'll ninja some rules in you may not know. Like when Top Step changed their rules, my team was like messaging me, by the way, Top Step changed their rules and they ninja'd in this payout change. So my tweet was, by the way, Top Step ninja'd in a payout change because we're on top of it, right? And I think that's, you know, the responsibility. Everybody should take that responsibility. Yeah. I told people, I was like, sure, I'll try my hardest to educate everyone on Twitter as much as I can. But that's not what I'm trying to do. Oh, I like to check some me. I have to go drop my car off today. I have to go get the PPF wrap on my car. Yeah. She's coming back tonight. She's gonna drive me up there tomorrow. Or she's gonna drive up there tomorrow to bring me home. All right. Am I still getting the Vanquish? I am deciding on that, and I don't know if I'm gonna get a Vanquish now. I might get it as my next car if I have to upgrade, like in 4 years, 3 or 4 years. Can I do more content on options trading? I could try. I don't do a lot of options trading. I mostly just do it for swing trading. But I could try. I'm not the best options trader, so I could try. I just wouldn't trust me to be a good options educator. I'm decent, but I'll be honest with you guys. I wouldn't be the best. I'm sure from somebody that has little experience, it would be helpful maybe. But as far as like an options day trading pro, I wouldn't consider myself like anything more than like slightly better than average. I'm definitely not an options trading master. I could get by. I'm sure what I teach you guys could be useful, but just being straightforward and honest for day trading, options trading, I would learn it from someone else. I can teach you a lot about options for sure. I can teach you everything about how options work and how the pricing works and all that stuff. But mechanically trading them, I'm sure I'm certainly not the most efficient option because I don't do it a lot. When I do it, it works really well. So yeah, I can teach you guys what I do because I swing trade options. That's useful. Day trading options. Yeah, I don't really do much swing trading content. When am I going to the BDH? I've had an open invite to the BDH since the moment Pat opened the doors. He's always been like, you need to come out sometime, man. Come out sometime. I haven't gone on any vacation in over a year. Like I haven't left the house. I've been so work focused. The only reason I haven't gone to the BDH is the same reason IDOC and I haven't gone on a trip in a year. I've got goals with the community and the growth that I can't take a single day off until I get there. So, but I loved it. I've always wanted to go out there and show my support for Pat and everything. BDH is Pat Whelan's office. He would like tag me every once in a while and be like, hey, when BDH, when you coming out? Then when I won the contest, he's like, you gonna come out sometime? And I was like, yeah, I'd love to. And then we just haven't had a good moment to go. And now it's like, I'd have to really take some time off. But next year, I'm trying to hire people to take over the stream so that I have more time to like travel and go visit and do the shows and stuff. That's a sure mentality. You can't take a day off. So but now I'm trying to hire like those streamers to take over the afternoons and stuff. And then I can head out there and spend a week or something hanging out, go fishing or whatever, drive his cars around. It's in Florida. What happened to Fund and Next? Nothing happened to Fund and Next. They just introduced a live program, and then they introduced payout caps with a payout split now. Oh, I need to actually change my... Shoot, I need to change this up here. I still haven't done that. I'll do it today to reflect the changes. Why are they doing 80-20 instead of 90-10? 80-20 is considered the industry standard now. Everybody will eventually go to 80-20. That's kind of what regulators are asking for. Brett and Matt Leach had commentary on Twitter about it at one point this year. Why 80-20? When My Fund of Futures went to 80-20, the guys at Top Step were trolling them. And then Brett came to the defense. He's like, yeah, somebody doesn't know about regulation. That's what Brett said. To make fun of the Top Step people that were trolling the My Funded people when they went 80-20. Is that to appear as a prop firm, you need to take a significant split to make it worth it. So 100-0 just looks weird to the regulators. Like, how are you making your money then? Well, everybody's making their money from the sim evals, right? But in reality, it just looks better if you're doing an 80-20 split. And that's kind of why everyone's doing it. Live doesn't matter. We're talking about the eval side. So the live side can be whatever you want. It's real money. You can make it 0 if you want. There's no problem there. But on the eval side, the regulators kind of want it to mimic, even though you're not really splitting any profits at all, they still want you to mimic the conditions of a real prop firm. It just, because it sort of looks weird if there's 100% on the sim funded side. So 80-20 sort of becomes like the level where you're sort of like, it's not really like strict compliance, but it's the level everybody's kind of agreeing on is like where you need to be. You know what I mean? Nobody will give a shit what your live program is like, because you can choose to split your money however you want if it's real money. But if it's a sim money, it's 100-0, then the prop firm regulators look at the prop firms and be like, come on, what are you doing? Old accounts love the 100% profit split. Yeah, the grandfathered in ones do. Like mine does. All my accounts, 100% split. The ones that I secretly blew up and photoshopped to pretend I was still winning. Yeah. Yeah. Who makes the fee money in the simulated accounts? The fee money. The prop firms, they make the money. When you trade your fees on commissions, all this stuff is just them vaporizing your profits. You're not really trading. There's no real commissions. There's no real fees. There's no real profit split. They're just cutting your profit out. Yeah. There's no such thing as a profit split in some funded. They call it a split. It's more like a 20% eraser. And just delete. They delete the some of your profit. Six eval sizes. So I got the Apex people are really pushing hard these days to work with us. Apex is sending its team to fly out to Houston just to meet me and have a conversation. Our last meeting ended up going nowhere. we asked for certain things and they were like, no, we can't do it. And then we were like, okay, well, we're probably not going to promote you guys. So now they're flying out to meet. So we're going to meet in a week and a half. So we'll see what comes of that. So this time they're coming to meet in person. A Houston meetup. Yeah, we should do a Houston meetup sometime. So on the 17th of December, I have a meeting with 2 people from Apex who are flying out to Houston just to meet me. The only person they're meeting in Houston. And they're going to go to a little Texas tour, meet a couple other people out there. So Apex has their 6 eval sizes, all priced at $196. Then 60% off all eval, 60% off first month, 60% off recurring. $6 lifetime PA fees for the 6 sizes, $60 resets, 1 day to pass. 6-day sale ends on Tuesday. That starts now. Apex 60% off. All right. So we'll see if anything comes out of that. 60% off Apex now. If they're coming to Houston, that means they're ready to negotiate. Yeah. I stood very firmly. I said, can you guys make sure that, you can promise no subjective payout denials? And if they are, be very clear about it in your terms and conditions. I said, I'm a very big opponent to subjective payout denials. I think that that's something I don't really believe is fair. Can you create a rigid payout, system that's just rule-based? And they didn't seem to think that was needed. So 666 Apex, LOL. And unlimited arguments for them to get paid. Yeah, that's what I protested. So you very rarely see me talking about Apex or doing Apex giveaways or promoting Apex. I've never made an Apex tweet. I don't think ever. Like Apex has a sale. I'll still put it in my stream because you guys use it. But as far as like actively promoting, we had an offer that we actually rejected the offer they gave us for a partnership promotion because of the subjective rules. We couldn't come to an agreement. So I told them because of that, I'm going to stop promoting your code and I'm going to take your name off the stream. And they're like, hold on. Let's talk about it. So if I could get them to change that'd be great for you guys. You know what I mean? If I get them to commit to that, hopefully my goal with them is to whether I have the power to do that or not, I probably don't. But I mean, we're really big. People don't know this as far as the prop space goes, prop affiliates. We do more business than just about anybody, including Pat, because we're not as big on YouTube, but we're massive everywhere. Rocket Place, Rocket Scooter, everywhere. We're like one of the top affiliates in almost every firm. So they will listen to what we have to say because the sales that we do are massive, hopefully. And so what I want to do with that is say that, can I use that and leverage change for the better? I hate the fact that people are scared if Apex can pay them or not. That's really scary to me. So, with many of the firms, yeah, we do more sales than Pat with many of the firms. Many of the firms were their number one affiliate. Many of the big ones. Pat's huge. Not to say he's not huge. There's people that are bigger than Pat as far as sales goes. Like your top 5 affiliates in the world are people you don't even know for the most part. There are a ton of people bigger than Pat, but they're not like, they're, 4X affiliates all around the world and stuff are huge. As far as futures goes, Pat's one of the biggest in futures. Some of the firms, he is the biggest. Some of the firms, Big Daddy Max is the biggest. Some of the firms, Brian's the biggest. It's different. Each firm's different. Yeah. There's a lot of people that are huge as far as like prop sales goes. Like Fund to Next, we're the biggest Fund to Next code. We're twice as big as the second biggest. which is Max. But it's because Rocket Place and Rocket Scooter is massive. Not just the YouTube is big, but the business is massive. Rocket Place, Rocket Scooter, the Discord. I mean, we have, and our network, direct network, 100,000 customer accounts. It's huge. Brian's probably number 3 in front of next. Max, Big Daddy Max is huge. Like, he's not big on YouTube. He's big in general, like everywhere. Max is huge in the fun of next world. Max is huge everywhere. That guy is probably one of the biggest futures affiliates in the world. Big Daddy's got a huge P&L. Brian's big. Brian's really, really big though, across the board. Brian's just newer to the group, to the space, so his customer base isn't as big. But Brian is, like I said, for as long as he's been in the space, impressive how quick that guy's grown. Some of us have been here a lot longer, so we just have a head start because we have a bigger following. But Brian's huge as well. Max's main platform, Max is huge on Instagram, and his community is really big. His community is so big that iDoc has employees that are in Big Max's community. But they do a lot of options and equities, which is just bigger than futures. Like, you guys might just know the futures world, but like, you know, and the equity space is just so much bigger. Equities and Forex is so much bigger. Your equities influencer type people and your Forex and options influencer type people are going to be bigger than your futures people. Brian is big because he gives back. Also, Brian's very good at educating. That's one of the people I really respect in the space. Brian goes out of his way to dig for truth, to advocate for change, to help traders that need help, and to really teach what's going on with the firms, you know? Like, I always had respect for Brian because he actually went way out of his way to do the work you need to do at that role. Gives away free accounts. You know, when something changes, he comes out there and tries to inform the community about it. Like, very, Jar, we gotta talk. Yeah, let's talk, man. Sometime. He came across Big Daddy Max training videos when I was one of his guests. Oh yeah, I did a thing with him. He also is doing this big event in Florida right around the turn of the year, this huge trader event. And Terry Crews, I got on the phone with Max like 2 weeks ago to talk about it. Terry Crews is the keynote speaker at Big Daddy Max's event. It's gonna be hilarious. Where in Florida? I think somewhere north in Miami-ish. I have to look at it again. He invited me to come be a keynote speaker, but I'm kind of in the same boat of, if IDOC and I are actually supposed to go skiing at that time, and if I have any time off, her and I are overdue for a vacation. So I might not be able to make it because I think that's the week we'll be there. But dude, it's gonna be super sick. He was an offer for me to go and be one of the speakers at the event and buy a booth and support and sponsor the event. Which if I can, I'll go. If I can do it, I'll definitely support it and sponsor it. But it just sounds like a fun event. Did you know before he got Terry Crews, he was gonna get Kevin O'Leary? And he decided, we had a conversation about, he was like, I chose Terry Crews, and I don't know if that's, he was like, that sounds like an awesome, he's like, do you think that's a good choice? And I was like, who else were you gonna ask? He's like, we were gonna ask Kevin O'Leary, but I'm like, no, dude, Terry Crews, that's perfect, man. What a fantastic speaker, man. Crews is awesome, man. I would love to hear him talk. I've seen Kevin O'Leary talk in person. It was the most, like, you think he'd be cool from Shark Tank. It was the worst speaker. I went to an event. He's probably the worst speaker there. He told some really cool stories about business or whatever, but he has like no energy. He stood still on stage while he spoke, almost like late stage Ozzy Osbourne, where he just basically held the mic and stood still. Like no energy. He was totally like boring. And then he didn't even stay after and answer questions. He like basically will just talk. He has all these requirements. He's like, I'm going to come. You need to give me a hotel, a ride to the conference. I'm going to get there. I'm going to come up. I'm going to speak. I'm going to leave. I'm going to go back to the hotel. No questions, no photos, or maybe 10 photos total in tops. Like very, very much like not going to be. I feel like Terry Crews would stand there and like flex and people could take photos with. I feel like that would be more of a fun. I was like, I think I would have chosen Terry over, because they originally asked Kevin O'Leary to be the head speaker there, or they originally inquired about it, and his publicist gave him all the rules, and I think Max was like, I don't think that's a good fit. And I told him, I was like, yeah, when I went to an event, it was my least favorite part of the event. It was a fun story. He told some Shark Tank stories, whatever, his biggest gain in Shark Tank and his biggest loss and stuff. But there was like at that event, like that I went to, Kendra Scott was there and Marcus Lemonis was there. And those guys were like, him and her were they were amazing speakers, man. They had so much to say. Marcus went out in the audiences, was picking audience members to interact with them and get them to say stuff. I was like, there's some people that in like as a keynote speaker are going to be like fantastic in that role. And some people are just going to be like, meh. And O'Leary's great. I love him to death. He's getting older and his energy is like, he's not going to carry a crowd like Terry Crews would, right? Hector Duke Camacho. Yeah, like he came out with machine guns. We got this guy, not sure. Marcus was my favorite speaker at the event I went to. Remember at the end of the event, when Marcus was walking off the stage, I walked up to the stage and I walked past the security like I knew where I was going. Thousands of people in that auditorium. And I walked right up to Marcus as he was walking down the stairs, and I reached out my hand, shook his hand. I'm like, hey, my name's Matt Cowart. I'm a CEO of a tech company, and I really want to talk to you about what it is I'm building. I think there's something I want to get your advice on. And I just handed my business card. And he was like, yeah, here's my email. Send me an email. In front of everybody. iDoc was like pressing me. She's like, go up there. I was like, all right, I'll get to it. So basically, you know, why not, right? I emailed him. He never wrote me back though. But you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. But it was kind of funny that the thing is that whenever you're doing anything in life, if you just act like you belong there, people won't question you. This is something that happens. I mean, that's what happens to all these trading fakers. They act like they belong there. People don't question them. You can speak or act authoritatively enough that people will believe you're supposed to be there. His security didn't stop me. I literally just walked right past them like I owned the venue. And when I went to shake his hand, some people like crowded around me and they were like, he was like, no, it's okay. Like, there were those people that did that thing where they were two guys carrying a ladder and they snuck into like every sports stadium in the world by just looking like they were the maintenance folks. Nobody questioned them and they were able to sneak past security all over the place. I was like, yeah, welcome. That event, Damon Johns was there. Who else was there? He was pretty cool. Although I never really liked his investment style on Shark Tank. He was he was the one that was always like so hard to please. So I think I like Robert more than I liked the other guys on the show. Barbara was my favorite of all the Shark Tanks. She was just amazing. She was the one that was like, I felt like was the smartest of all of them. She like knew when to take risks, when not to take risks. Lori was pretty smart too. But Lori also got lucky with a lot of these things because she could leverage the, you know, the the home shopping thing. She could turn a bad business into a good business just as an I mean, she's more like an influencer than anything. She has an outlet where millions of customers are. She can sell them anything. You know, feels like Barbara had an uphill battle. She didn't have a network to leverage her sales. So she had to basically be like a raw judge of talent. Lori could get some dog shit products out there and make some sales. She's a different level and super nice. Yeah, she's like different level smart. I had a friend from my hometown who his best friend was the person who was who made Lace and Grace, which was one of Barbara's thing. It was like it was like Christian lingerie company or something. And that was like one of her investors. So they worked with Barbara, and she turned them into multimillionaires with that business. Oh yeah, we could do the giveaway. Yeah, when it comes to like motivation and perseverance, dude, Terry Crews had an uphill battle in his career. He's gone through a lot, but like he's also got that energy for traders. I feel like that would resonate more with a bunch of traders. And Mark played it safe. Yeah, Mark played it really safe. I feel like Damon played it the most safe. He very rarely like pulled the trigger on something. And some of the stuff he did pull the trigger on, I was like, that doesn't make sense. It was completely like out of his skill set and, you know. So, but I would like to think that the net sum of all the sharks probably made no money. The amount of losers and the amount of winners probably balanced out. How much does affiliates make monthly on average? It just depends. Your average affiliate probably pulls in 5 to 10K a month from their codes. Your mega affiliates are pulling in 1 to 5 million a month. Like people with like millions of customers, they're doing 2 to 10 million in sales a month on average. Some of them doing 20 million sales a month, 20% commission. Oh yeah, some of the Forex guys. Oh, yeah, some of the big Forex people out there pulling in 2 million to 5 million a month in commissions easily. Forex is just so big though, you know. That's that much money out there. That's why everyone's trying to become an affiliate. Your small ones, your Twitter affiliate folks out there, they're probably making 10 or 20 a month. 20K. All right, let's do a giveaway. Oops. Did we get 1,000? Yeah, there are some Forex affiliates you guys never even heard of. And they're some of the biggest in the world just because they're in the world. People in all walks of life. 754. Oh my gosh, that's not enough. No, y'all can get the likes to 1,000. I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed in y'all. 1,000 likes trigger the giveaway. I'll give y'all a little bit of time to get that thumbs up button in. Hit that thumbs up. Really quick. All right. Did I get the likes to 1,000? 801. Are we there yet? Let's see. 865. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Hit that thumbs up button, guys. Y'all really don't like free stuff, huh? I get it. Free stuff sounds annoying. Oh, so they did a fix, by the way. We had a new fix that came out. I forgot to let you guys know about it. It was released yesterday. Normally, the liquidity map wasn't switching if you switch tickers. Like say that I'm here and I would switch to NVIDIA. I'd have to do that and come back. Well, actually, it is still like that. Hold on. Never mind. If I... We do split screen, it doesn't change. So here, the error is liquidity map doesn't update unless you click this and click this back. So there's a state change we need to look for, which is on ticker switch. It needs to update this. It's a bug that came with the split screen charting. Man, 897. Y'all must hate free stuff. By the way, our prop scoring website is coming along nicely. Right now we're running some test data. Hold on, let me send a message to my guy really quick. Helping me with this. All right, you guys. Type. Resilience is still negative. We're still at the half gap again. Man, it's just been like the same thing over and over and over again today. Interesting. This is like yesterday, just a horrible, choppy. This is actually here. Oh, today, doesn't the new Metroid Prime come out today? Metroid Prime 4? I think releases today. You guys Metroid fans? For Switch 2? I think today's the release date. That'll keep me busy this weekend. Yeah, release date December the 4th. Let's go. I played Metroids in the 64 days. It really wasn't that great in that era. Like the Super Nintendo era Metroid was like god status. The last one that they came out with for the Switch, the one went back to the 2D platformer format, was really, really, really good. I love that version of it. So Prime is back to the 3D Metroid version. All right, it is time. Spin that wheel. Hold on. Don't forget, guys. Submit your songs, the song submission channel, AI songs, rocket scooter theme music, trading theme music, whatever theme music. They're all amazing. We're doing another songwriting contest. We do this amazing event on our stream. It's so big. We're going to give away lifetime memberships, prop prizes, everything. Submit an AI song, whether it's funny, serious, epic, doesn't matter. There's a song submission channel. Everybody can participate. Everybody can win free prizes by doing it. It takes a minute to make an AI song. Memes, jokes, whatever. All right, this is for ETF 50K. Sorry, ETF 10K end of the day drawdown. It's $57 account. ETF's currently having 90% off discount for Static and One Step, which is their trailing drawdown account. Static 90% is the time to use that firm. When they do that, it's 90% off. Static is the easier of the prop types to pass. When you do go live, they do have this SimBank program. I urge you to read about it. How when they move you to live, what happens to your balance. W. Kevin. Hey, see, yesterday you thought was the fake Kevin. Now it's you. You're the winner today. See? Wait, was that the Kevin from yesterday? That's not the Kevin from yesterday, is it? Or did he win twice and the other Kevin lost twice? Oh shit, that's not you. Oh. Oops. My bad. My fun and futures, baby. Hit that up. Type it in. MFF. MFF. Yeah, so ETF, like I said, 90% off. Statics are usually more expensive, but they're easier to pass. And 90% off is when they're dirt cheap. You weigh a bunch of 25K scale accounts with MyFund and Futures. Pretty much one of the best prop plans out there. Scaled payouts. End of the day drawdown. No consistency when funded. No DLL when funded. MyFund and Futures is my top rated firm in the planet right now. Tradeify also moved up in the rankings with their newest releases. So I'm passing it right now. My team and I are getting together all the data for the new scoring model to get it all put in there. So I'll let you guys know when we're all done with this. Hopefully over the weekend, the new score. So we're gonna pilot the scoring thing to the public a little bit. Share with you the scores and rankings of each individual firm, package, whatever. Scooter Nation DGen. Those MHP bounces were pretty serious today. This is a good choppy day for longs and shorts. AJ, Kumar. Palapu. Riz is still negative. Here's another thing you can do. When you touch resilience each time, here it was an -8. Here it's a -15. Resilience is actually in a worse state on the second bounce. NASDAQ was a -20. Now it's a -24. It's not a better state on these balances, by the way. What an interesting day. Looks like there is no market crash today. The volatility is completely cool. Is that VIX moving? Look at that, man. Look at VIX just in perpetual decay. There is no fear of this market today. Plus, NVIDIA rallying is a big part of it, too. Slap that ass, baby. Kenny Scott Jones. I wish they would put the name like centered with everything else, not fixed pixel distance from the top. Kenny Scott Jones. This is another possible short setup with resilience being in a worsening spot from here. Very possible. Don't want to take it. I think in here I would take it again. There's another rejection pressure from here. Padding should always be in terms of percentage, not fixed. Yeah, right? I agree. Teach like ADJ. I love that song. The 12 Days of Rocket Scooter. So, the song 12 Days of Christmas, I made a tweet about it. The 12 Days of Christmas is a very weird song about trolling the person you love by sending them a bunch of fucking birds. Every day, you give them more birds every day, like birds weren't enough. And as soon as they're sick and tired of all the noise from the hundreds of birds you've sent and all the bird shit, then you send them a weird medieval marching band in tights to go leaping through their fucking living room and pounding the drums. And then some people making milk. Like the person you love is going to hate you with all these gifts that you send them. Like, if things weren't enough, let's send a medieval marching band of 50 guys in tights leaping through the room, frolicking about. Like, what kind of gift is that? Unless she's into that kind of stuff. I don't know, crow milk? Ah! It's made with Always Sunny, made with real crows and milk. And they probably had the plague at the same time. You'll take the 5 gold rings. Yeah, and at the end you're like, just kidding, here's some golden rings. Yeah. It's like, that's fine. I was about to leave you after like the 17th or 18th bird. I was ready to go. But wait, hun. 5 golden rings. You know what I mean? It's like, hey, here's a bird. She's like, okay, that's weird. Next day. Hey, here's 2 more, by the way. All right. Thanks. 3rd day. Here's 3 more birds. Can you stop with the birds? 4th day, birds. Oh my God. Just kidding, honey. 5th day, here's some gold. Wow, he really does love me. 6th day, birds. More birds. She's like, God damn, I'm leaving this guy. 7th day, more birds. Okay, maybe there's no more. I promise you, babe. On the 8th day, no more birds. Really? Oh, that's great. Maybe some more gold rings or something. There's eight chicks showing up churning butter. What? And then the next 3 days, you get this like marching band just like popping through, drumming and leaping, and no one sends me birds, man. That's all I'm saying. Nobody really loves me enough to send me 6 days worth of birds. This is a Rocket Scooter themed Christmas song called The 12 Days of Rocket Scooter. Caveman 787. What's my target for the day? I'm still kind of like watching this. We're still bouncing between these key areas. This is a possible another short setup, and I didn't take it. Although resilience does support it being a decent setup. How many is that? Oh, that's 5. All right. Necro, Teach Like ADJ, Kenny Scott Jones, AJ, Fade the Spike. You guys are now proud recipients. Fund and Next. My Fund and Future scale accounts. 50Ks. Congrats. W. Kevin, you are now a recipient of a 10K ETF end of the day account. Congrats. Did we get enough people to do our third giveaway? $1,400 TPT. Did we get 1,400 today? Oh, we're so close at 1367. That was our peak. 1367. So close. We'll do a giveaway this afternoon, though. All the winners. Caveman didn't claim. Oh, they didn't? But that's still 5 people. I spun it one too many times on accident. Yeah, they did. Oh, they typed now. Oh, Caveman, you typed it too late. Sorry, bud. You came in too late. So Necro, Teach, Kenny, AJ, and Fade were the 5 My Fun and Futures and Kevin. So the last spin was actually 1 spin too many, but you claimed it late anyway, so doesn't count. All right. No, we actually did 6 on accident. That was my bad. Round up number of people close to 100 to the nearest 100. So again, another short setup from this half gap is still there. Very possible that it does pull back from here. It's still looking pretty gnarly. Now my thought is I could have taken a short from here to here. I didn't though. With resilience being in a worsening condition at the second bounce, it's actually still a resistance target again. I've made enough shorting today that I'm okay with just chilling. This was like 18,000 bucks so far, 17, 18. Winners, you need to go to my Discord. Go to the Consist channel in the Discord. The link to the Discord is in the description of the video. Take a screenshot of your YouTube ID. Inside your account, you have 1 hour to claim your prize. Send that screenshot to our admin named Slacks. In that channel, you'll see him there. Give him the email that you signed up for My Funded Futures or ETF with. You already have to have an account with those guys, so go sign up. And then he'll give you instructions on how to claim your account. Congratulations to the wieners. Caveman, you got deviated septum surgery, so they restructured the inside so helping you breathe better and you're healed. Bro, dude, I'm good luck, man. I'm rooting for you. Hopefully that, I know, like, that is one thing people take for granted is being able to breathe right. When I had to go to the hospital last year, when my airways were congested to the point I couldn't breathe, I really put life into perspective of how much we take breathing for granted. I was like, I would give anything in the world to be able to breathe right now. That was my thought. I was like, I would be dirt poor and have nothing left so that I can breathe. As HP resilience is so low, why is hedge are actually looking good today? It wasn't the weekly, it was the monthly. The monthly is still solid. Look at this. These orange ones are still good. So it's actually the orange that was giving us some bump. Blue, not so much. It's trying to break blue, but there's still some buyers here. I think at the end of the day, if we do break through, it's going to pretty much fall. We're not getting anything other than some oscillating. This last move up was mostly NVIDIA, right? You see NVIDIA popped a little bit. Boy, man, the trade, like Amazon's still down, Microsoft is still down, Meta's still down, everything else is still down. Like, that's kind of the thing. Man, the same pivots all day long. Short, long, short, long, short. Dude, you guys have been making out like bandits. Resilience, resistance, monthly hedge support. Less than 0 resistance, greater than 0 support. This is textbook today. I'm just too busy talking, so I didn't take that trade, but I was contemplating it. Facebook was popping too. Oh, yeah. Let me check my email real quick. I gotta follow up on some things. All right. So it looks like me and TradingView solidified that. Good deal. I've kind of been enjoying having my afternoons off though. That it's allowing me to get a lot more work done that's not at midnight, which is kind of nice. How do I wait for a setup? It's all about the bootcamp. We talk about it. So setups I'm waiting for are high volume pivots. These blue and orange lines and these white lines are all pivots to trade on. The only reason I'm not taking it every time, this is like, I should have shorted there again. I'm just sort of, I don't know. Today and yesterday has felt a little off for a nice trend. The longs from orange are textbook. The shorts from half gap are textbook. So I made that short once. I made that short again. And I'm just sort of like chilling right now. But I trade off these high volume pivots because they have statistical edge. So yeah. Show some Aston picks. All right. Let's see what I got. Hold on. You already saw these. Hold on. I still had these up from last time. Oh, that's from when I... Oh, that's not the new picks. Hold on. Hold on. I got some better ones. Some newer ones. Y'all want to hear the rev of the engine? Hold on. I'll turn it up really loud. Y'all can hear. I've just played the sound for y'all. Pretty, right? It sounds so good. There's another one. So that's it. And what's neat is that you can see the like the sort of like the glitterish sort of color in the paint when it's sun is out. It's really sick looking. Other than that, it's like a dark gray kind of color. Well, let me give y'all one more shot. There's one more. Yeah, it's nice, dude. Oops. Like the I was calling this my Stranger Things rims because it has that sort of like, you know, upside down Stranger Things Vecna look to it. They're cool as shit. These little spider web looking things. Metal flake, yeah, that's what they call it. Oops. Stop. Can I not zoom in so far? Yeah, that's it. Here we go. Try to make it bigger. I gotta get the windows tinted. Yeah, I like the neck. I get it. Windows tinted next, and then I gotta get the film, the PPF put on. I was supposed to do it today, but I have to do it tomorrow instead. Matches my cowboy hat. It kind of does, right? Yeah, that metallic black look. It's pretty. It's yeah. It's fun. It's a really fun ride. Interior. I don't have any interior pics. Hold on. I have a video though. Let me see if I have a good interior video. I'll have to get one of those for y'all. I did take a video. Oh, hold on, that's got music playing. Let's see if I can get that loaded up here. Here we go. I did take one. My mom was asking for the interior, so I sent her a little video. He was like, what's it look like? So that's the interior. It's got this like really sick, like these LED lighting. Like this is set to like this purple color, but there's like LED that goes all around the doors, the cabin. It's pretty nice. You can see like there's LED highlights all through here, all through here, all in the glove box. Pretty nice. Oh, one more time. Yeah, it's like super nice. Might find a TV in a little bit, y'all. I gotta get out of here. Don't do a spoiler. Oh, no. Yeah, not on the DB12. It's not like the DB12S that's coming out in 2026 will actually have a spoiler. So they actually come out with the S version. But this is the new year, so they brought back like the DB12, the Vanquish, and DB12S. Before that, it's like the DBS and the DB11, and DBS was the V12 version. So they alternate every 4 or 5 years back to the old models. The DB12S is a sportier version of the one I have. Check this out. They're just now coming out with them. They don't have any yet to sell. They don't even have one to demo. But the DB12S has that sort of like Vanquish look, but the V8 version of it. Oh, let's see if they got that. It has like a tiny spoiler and a flat back. So this is the S version. It's probably like 30 or 40 more grand. It's got different brakes, a different look on the backside. It's got a tiny little spoiler. Honestly, I was thinking about, and it's got the dual exhaust. I was thinking about holding out for it, but then I'm like, then I'll just get the Vanquish because this will come out at the same time. But the 12S sort of has more of a sportier look to the back with the twin turbo V8 with the double engine. So this is the DB12S, the new one that's coming out in 20. So this is like the Vanquish is the V12. The DB12S is the twin turbo V8 with the dual exhaust. The DB12 is the twin turbo V8 with the single exhaust. And this is like slightly better brakes and like 30 more horsepower for another 30, 40 grand. Not really much of a difference, but the back looks a little different. The back is a lot sportier. It kind of has that Vantage back to it, where it has sort of like that sort of chiseled flat back here and then slopes down. Whereas like the DB12 is just like, it goes like this and then points back like that. The DB12 has like, it looks like a gnome hat. It's like a little point on the back. So it's more of like a sleeker touring look, like a spaceship more than this looks more like a race car. So it's like just cosmetically is different. Not really worth the, in my opinion, not really worth the extra money. But the dual exhaust does look pretty cool. See, like the back on here sort of goes to a point like this, rather than flips up to a spoiler and then comes down as flat. It like goes out a little more. I like this a lot. I like this look a lot better for that kind of car. But that's just me. But the spoiler looks hella sporty too. It has that Vanquish look to it. You watched the DBS being built in the UK factory. They spent 300 hours polishing every panel. That's crazy, dude. Yeah, they yeah. Yeah, 370Z vibes, right? It kind of reminds me, the DB12S reminds me of my old, as funny as it sounds, it reminds me of my old Infiniti G35, the one I got when I was out of college. Yeah, the 370Z, that same kind of look to it, right? Oh, I lost the... I close it out. Yeah, it has that look to it. Ugh. You want something on Tradeify stream and you never got it? Did you reach out to customer service? You loved your G35 and so did the ladies. That was right when I got out of college. I had a 2005 brand new gray G35 coupe. Let me show you what my college, right when I got out of college, and I got oh, here it is. This is exactly what it looked like. That's funny. Yeah, that was basically it. In hindsight, it doesn't look as cool as the cars do now, but in hindsight, this was such a badass car in 2005. Yeah, that kind of like slanted back right there. This was very characteristic of the Nissan cars. The GTR had that same back. That was my quote unquote dream college car. This is the first car I bought when I was an engineer. This exact thing. Color, wheels, everything. Hell, that might even be it. Yeah, the same color, right? Because that was the one that they were promoting when that car got really... That model, 2005 and 2006, was like the perfect year for that car. And that you saw that car with the dark tinted windows on the billboards everywhere. And that's when Infiniti started picking up a lot of steam as far as popularity. Yeah, that same color. Dude, it was such a sick ride for the time. Hell yeah. You had a 2008 G37. They changed the car to look more sedan-like after 2006. So 2006 and 7 were the last time they had that sloped back trunk that had that squared off look. Got to like 2007, 2008, it started rounding it off a little bit. It was cool. But they were like more rounded in the back. They didn't have that sort of hard chiseled look anymore. They were like this. The 2000, see how it was kind of like rounded a little bit? It wasn't like straight line. So that sort of like that cut, that straight line made it look so sporty at the time. I thought about getting another one. Then when I went back in 2010 to buy a new car, I thought about getting a one, and I looked at him and I was like, yeah. So I actually ended up in 2010, I got a Mazda 3 hatchback. At the time, I was still like, I hadn't started trading yet. I was still working part-time as an engineer. Financial crisis, 2009, sorry. And financial crisis hit. I was trying to save money. And so I got a Mazda 3 hatchback, which is a badass car. I love it. Anyways, guys, I got to run out of here. Head over to MyFunded TV. Mods, if you can get that link in here, I'd love you to death. Thank y'all very much. We got to roll. Not a bad trading day today. 20,600 bucks across my funded account and real account here. Not bad. Up 17.6% on the challenge account just in a couple weeks. So not bad. Not a bad spread. Very happy with the performance there, and glad you guys tune in with me every morning, help and hang out with me while I trade. Join me live for MyFunded TV, friends. I'll be there for about an hour, and then I'll come back here for about an hour and hang out with you all in the afternoon a little bit. We'll see y'all.
Trading futures in the night, so cold rocket dreams, resilience in the fold. Hedge pressure rising, the charts are bold. DD bands rapping, stories untold. Flying with rockets through the AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every trade hold never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, midnight glory. Heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud. Future kings standing on their cloud. Flying with rockets through the AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. numbers fly. Checking the charts, midnight glory, heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud, future kings standing on their cloud. Checking the charts with their AI, up we go, reaching for the sky. Every trade home never dies, on the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, checking the charts.
Midnight Glory. What's up, guys? Welcome back to the afternoon stream. Howdy, friends. We are back for the afternoon session. Is this market going to crash today? I don't really know. Do I want to take a stab at it? Do I want to buy the dip just in case it doesn't? Resilience is negative. Working higher. Trying to move. Not everything's there yet, but maybe. Maybe. I keep wanting to take the bull side bet. Don't you dare crash it. Okay. Like, push the button, not push a button. One, two, three, four, five. All right. I keep wanting, like, should I push it long? And I'm not gonna push it long. I'm gonna do it. The short is very tempting. I want it, like, I want to short this so bad. I'm the person today that picks C. Like, I feel like we're gonna hit the lower bull zone today. I feel like this is where we're gonna be. I don't know why. I got this suspicion, man. That's just me. Oh, I gotta text about my car real quick. Hold up. Check my email real quick. Get So much going on here. Why is this like? Oh, that's better. Bum, 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 bum. God, dude, I feel like I've got every day, I've got 50 to 100 Discord messages to go through and 50 to 100 emails to go through. It's starting to become an administrative overload. I need a full admin staff these days. We're doing so many things out there in the space now. It's almost impossible for me to personally keep up. I'm using my weekends just to catch up. It's not, well, I mean, it's not just trading stuff. I have all kind of other things I do, businesses I'm building. You know, Rocket Scooter alone is a massive upkeep with all the contracts and all the license agreements and everything. I'm like every day something in my inbox from the New York Stock Exchange, from NASDAQ, from Opera, from any of our data providers, something with the server, something developers, the development staffing company. I got something over there going all the time. It's always something, man. But the Discord and the Rocket Scooter business is a very, very, very busy business because it requires a lot of upkeep. But I love it. I need a whole administrative staff, not just for this business, but for me. Can you join the team? What do you want to do? What kind of role do you want to take? I probably can't afford you, man. I hire only Matts. Exactly. Only people named Matt. This year alone, I've moved around so much money into so many projects. It's now become an overload for me. We're losing 25,600. Will we sell off today and hit the lower lows? Imagine. Hey, welcome. Thank you for calling Rocket Scooter. Matt speaking. Are you the Matt? No, I'm not the Matt. That's my boss's boss. Oh, he's Matt? Oh, no. That's the other Matt. His boss is also Matt. You can do anything, you're a mechanical engineer. That's the spirit. That's what I like to hear. Engineers only. For people to clip your videos. I do have somebody doing that. You Matt, bro. I like it. I already have somebody clipping the videos. Yeah. It's been an incredible ride. The growth this year has been tremendous. People don't even believe it. Like I don't like to say numbers because I don't want to. Like I want people to believe what they believe, but I'll tell you guys something. The you know, like people are like, how much you make as an affiliate or how much you make here. I like to keep the mystery a mystery. But our membership growth curve since we started Rocket Scooter, I'll take a screenshot, but I don't want to have to move that screenshot around here. I'm going to draw it for you. Since we launched Rocket Scooter, it did this. Year 1 was like this. Year 2 was like this. And then year 3 is like this. This line is 4 times this year than what it was in the last 2 years combined. So let me draw it lower so you can see it. Let me redraw it down here. So our membership growth curve is like this. This is like here, year 1. Year 2 was like this. And then year 3 is like this. Like that. So that's what our business looks like this year. That's some big W's there. Yeah. So this year has grown 4 times at the first 2 years combined grew. Did I short have got? No, didn't. With YouTube as your go-to-market channel, is cost of customer acquisition is pretty low. It's practically non-existent, Meep. We do spool some ads for the channel that bring people to the channel, but we don't spool any ads for the product. I have 0 ads for Rocket Scooter. Believe it or not, Rocket Scooter has 0 and has always had 0 ads. We experimented a couple times with a few ads for like Rocket Scooter on Twitter, but in the last couple years, we've had 0 ads paid for to build Rocket Scooter visibility. So there's like no ad that's like, check out Rocket Scooter, 50% off, buy this thing now. It has 100% been on organic growth press from our YouTube presence and our social presence. So like being out here, it's the acquisition cost is just me working. Yeah. So that's kind of like the neat part about it. So like in our, we do run some ads for the channel. We just take some of our videos and then we spool them up as ads. They're not selling anything. They're just like my video will pop up in your feed randomly because it's a promoted video. And that helps the channel grow a little bit, but it doesn't directly sell anything. So that cost is fairly low as well. Yeah. Customer lifetime value is high and cost of customer acquisition is low. Yeah. So it's because it's a very inexpensive, low, well, actually, let me see. The overall spend for customer acquisition is roughly 1/20th the subscriber lifetime value, 1/20th. So that tells you anything, Meep. It's a very solid formula that says if you just trade live on stream and people watch you, your business will grow. Not have to pay any much ads into it. So ROI on customer acquisition is 20x. Roxy IPO? No public. I would not want to answer to shareholders, me being the fucking mad scientist I am at building shit. You know what I mean? I don't want people to say, oh, son. Never go public. Will I get rid of the lifetime? No, I'm never gonna get rid of the lifetime of the membership. Worst case scenario, I'm not part of it anymore and someone else takes the lead over. My goal is for it to always be here. Forever. Even if the small probability we ever sold the company, it would be sold under the premise that you guys have nothing changed from your experience. Like the conditions will be, you can't touch anybody, yet still provide the same service to them. Like if a hedge fund were to buy out our technology, we're like, we still got these customer accounts. You have to still give them the stuff. So. You accidentally made 2.3 on your top step. Looks like that payout. There you go. There you go. That's what I like to see. Oops, let me put my P&L thing back up here. But yeah, we don't. It's mostly just been presence, word of mouth, and trading. You know, it's so weird that when you trade a real account with an account number and you show your stats and you show your P&L, somehow people resonate with that. Go figure. It's a very simple formula. Wonder why everyone doesn't do it. Oh wait, I know why everyone doesn't do it. Everyone's got to try so hard to market their shit and well, this ain't selling off. I know. I kind of wish it would. People like seeing green on screen at random. Here's a funny thing about that too. Of all the affiliate stuff out there, you can scroll my Twitter. I have the least amount of affiliate posts, period, of like anybody that has a code. I barely push it. I tiny push it. Like promos or specials or Black Fridays, I'll throw something out there. Some people's entire social media presence is like code. Like here's the new Tradeify plan. Okay, I posted something, right? Like, where's the last time I said check out the sale? Okay, November 27th, my funded futures. That's like once a week. November 25th, Tradeify. Like, you know, 5th funded next. My thing is not like every single day, here's 10 codes, here's 10 codes, here's 10 codes, right? I am the least active. And I think the funny thing is that people just assume because you're an affiliate, they always lump me into, God, all you guys are just a bunch of salesmen. I'm like, I actually don't really talk about it a lot. I have the codes. Yeah, we do a tremendous amount of sales, but it's more organic again. My Twitter is not like an advertising cesspool for prop firms. It's very light. Like once or twice a week, you'll get something like a deal or something good or a promo. But I had some people, like some weirdo trolls sometimes. They're like, oh, you guys are just affiliate salesmen and not traders. Like, I'm like, don't let me into those guys. I'm not like that. I've barely even mentioned it. I feel like people that have to sell so hard, you know, don't have substance to stand on. So I try to encourage people, if you're trading, just trade. Like, people will watch you, even if you're losing as a trader. People will like that. Transparency in trading kills in this business. Trade and lose. You'll have a community. You have a ton of community if you trade and let people watch you trade and you lose. As long as you're honest about it, people like that. People can see the difference between someone with integrity and someone without. People are afraid to lose because they think that's going to be bad for business. But the opposite is true. People would like to watch you have a journey and learn and get better over time. And as long as you're not trying to constantly sell them or pull the wool over their eyes and you're just honest about who you are, you will develop a community out of that in trading. It's the easiest formula to get big. It takes time organically. Like us, it took a lot of time because, you know, there's a lot of salesmen out there and we were kind of like that sleeper hit. Like, some people stumbled in and all of a sudden we blew up. But it takes time, but that's the better path to go because in reality, that's what the industry needs, is like honest traders. Trading and here's my trades, take it or leave it. Not a lot of sales stuff here. I'm not like pumping codes in your face every 5 minutes. You know what I mean? So yeah, somebody's like, you're just an affiliate whore, you're a code shiller. I'm like, I really kind of don't push that hard. Yeah, Fun and Next will send me a thing and be like, hey, can you pump this deal out? I'm like, sure, yeah, I'll post it for you guys. Like, my partnership arrangements are like make 2 posts a month sort of thing. So I do the bare minimum, and I'm one of the biggest affiliates in the world doing the bare minimum. It goes to show that you don't have to do a lot, as long as you just trade. And there's a lot of people out there that are really good traders that don't have a following. And I really wish more people did have a following that were bigger, like transparent traders. Salesman communities are fickle. People hop from place to place. But you can truly get legendary status just by trading and organically growing a base and just trading. Letting people see you lose, letting people see you win. Nothing hidden. When you lose, there'll be like a heckler or two. I had a bunch of them in the random challenge. Well, this guy sucks. He's the worst. And the guy that was like, Matt, are you gay? Remember that guy? Whatever it is, just laugh it off. Like, laugh with them. Laugh at yourself. And this is what most people don't get. Everyone in Wall Street, it's all about show. You got to show people how wealthy you are. I got to show people this and that. And it's just kind of like so washed. Everyone sounds the same, feels the same. No one stands out. And the way you stand out is just by being real. You will stand out being real. Yeah, just the tip, LOL. Should I get affiliated without the futures? So I'm gonna have to change the game, by the way. So we had this rule that we only would keep in 6 partners, and leaving it at that to keep our partnership strong. But when I create this new website, we're gonna have a code with everybody because we're gonna have to allow every firm to be represented on our site. So we're building a site with the prop firm scoring model that ranks prop firms mathematically based on a risk model. It goes into everything from blow up stats to whatever, like your return on investment against the blow up stats and your own personal trading stats. And that whole website will now we'll probably have to have a code for everybody. Just because every site will be, every prop firm will be equally represented and there won't be favorites. So the unfortunate path was that I don't get to sort of like gatekeep anymore. Like I'm only going to work with the best firms. I kind of have to have a code with everybody. But I'm not going to do active promotion on that site of any one firm over the other. So because I'd have codes for some, I must therefore have codes for all. So that's a level playing field. Or else people would accuse the site of favoritism. If it so happens that my affiliation, like right now, my funded futures ranks as firm number 1 in our model, right? And if people are like, oh, well, he has a code with them and that's why they're number 1, we're going to get rid of all of that and have to make it level playing field. So unfortunately, my rigid stance of I'm never going to work with all these, I'm not going to have 50 codes out there. That site is going to have equal playing field. Order my Greenbird turkey for Christmas. All right. Y'all keep trying to convince me to get one of those. The new bootcamp videos are being edited right now, and they have to be edited to size before Discord will be able to take it. There's a 500 MB limit on uploads in Discord, and the videos slightly go over. Do you want to help fixing the layout of the giveaway site? I can walk you through adding the custom CSF to have the name at the top. Oh, really? Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, send me some info in Discord. Will the ranking site provide a place for visitors to vote on their favorite? The only part of the site that will be subjective is so each prop firm is going to have an overall score, and that's completely proprietary. Every prop firm is going to have other scoring factors per different factors. I'll give you an example. One of the factors will be the simplest one, drawdown per price, right? And so that'll be a mathematical scoring system. Everybody will have different scores based on the different factors. And the overall score is proprietary. One of the sub scores is going to be subjective based on reviews. It'll be a review score. So one of the scores that does not factor into the overall score is going to be customer reviews. So average review, like if it's an average 5-star gets the max score, an average 1-star gets the lowest score, sort of thing. So people will be able to go in there and leave reviews and rate them based on their experience, and we won't throttle anybody's opinion. We're going to have to put in, to keep the reviews organic, we're going to have some kind of proof. Like when you buy a prop firm with our code, our site will know that you used our code. And then therefore it'll allow you to make a review on that prop firm. That way people can't make fake accounts and leave reviews. So an example is if you go to the site and you click the button, which applies the code and goes to the affiliate link, or the link and goes to the site, then our website will credit you for using our stuff on that purchase, and then you'll be able to leave a review. Just like you can on Marketplace. You can't leave a review unless you bought something. And so when you vote, then that'll be one of the scoring factors, but it's not a big one. But it's important to have that featured so that people's voice can be heard. Yeah. Funded next, Jan. Wait. You have to use Rocket for my stuff for Funded next, or Rocket 30 if it's your first time to buy an account with them. Just use Rocket. When does the site launch? We reserved the domain yesterday. We have the wireframe built. I'm sure it'll be up within the month, by the end of the year. Rocket 30 isn't working? Hold on. Oh, I guess it's ended. There's nothing written on here, so maybe it has ended. Maybe just you have to use regular rocket. I think the promo is over actually. My person didn't update that today. All right, let me delete that. It's 10% off now again. Boring day. I think their deal ended. All right, Kaba, I saw it. I'll get it later. When I think about Tradeify daily payout plan, that elevated Tradeify to being one of the top firms with that plan. That plan is hyper competitive and really good. I love Tradeify experience that I've had with them. It's been a fantastic experience. I just had a brilliant idea for one of my scoring. I went to bed last night with a problem that I couldn't figure out how to solve, and I just solved it. It's how to normalize accounts with uncapped payouts versus accounts with capped payouts. The problem becomes how you determine ROI on my fund and futures example, 14 days to pay out, right? As potentially uncapped payout, but you can take a payout whenever you want after that time has been hit. But the payout amount varies. So how do you normalize that with something that you're trading to a profit target to get a fixed payout at a fixed window of time? I just figured out a way to do it. That's hard. Like, how would you... So, like, the overall site, it's easy to compare, like, uncapped to uncapped or capped to capped. But the problem is, how do I compare, like, Apex's trailing drawdown with potentially uncapped payout with top steps 5 days to pay out? How do we normalize that? And the scoring system is decidingly supposed to do that, to tell you which one is a better return on investment. Should I go trailing drawdown or end of the day with capped or end of the day with uncapped? Which one's better for the cost I pay? When's the market dump coming? Hopefully now. That'd be nice. Pick a dollar target and determine which prop will help you reach that target in the shortest amount of time. Yeah, Dave, you nailed it. And you have to anchor something, right? And one of the ways to do it is to fix the profit target or fix the time in market. Like, how much, like, what's the easiest way to get to 5,000 bucks here? Or what's the best use of 5 days of my time? Yeah. You nailed it. That's exactly what I wrote. Yeah. Beautiful thought, man. This is why I love hanging out with you guys. Y'all are all so intelligent. Y'all even help me figure this out. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta set a baseline. Yeah. Dollar per estimated payout cycle length. Yeah. So one of the main features is the total ROI that you're going to get off of a fixed time spent. So the example is, I'm giving you guys a little bit of the sauce, but the idea is for 5 days in trading, what's my possible ROI per dollar spent based on my personal stats and the failure rate of these accounts? And we have failure rate models built into it. So if one of them, so there's a difficulty model that goes into the failure rate. The accounts are ranked on difficulty based on parameters of each piece of the account has a parameter that ranks it on difficulty. So whenever you look at the return on the investment, the difficulty goes into a failure rate model that one firm may be twice as cheap, but you fail twice as much. And that's what it's trying to compare. It's going to be cool. Like it's going to answer the questions we want. And for you guys, like y'all, once I release it, the overall score will be proprietary, but everything else will be quasi-transparent, so you guys will actually understand what the metrics are. Yeah, this combo Gemini. Oh, nice. So the idea is an example is, you know, like you should have flexibility. To do it the way you want. An example would be, hello website. I only have $2,000 to spend per month, but I have infinite time to trade. What's the best use of my $2,000? Or it's, I've only got 5 days a month to trade, but infinite money. What's the best use of my 5 days? And you'll be able to like have tailored rankings off of your questioning of those things. Hey, I have a 30% win rate and my normal RR is 2-to-1, what's the best firm under $100? Well, according to these stats, these are the top 3 firms that meet your criteria. And then you can say, well, where, and then it'll show them with the reviews next to them. Oh, this one has 5-star reviews and 2-star reviews. This one's slightly cheaper, but the reviews are worse. Infinite amount of money sounds nice. Hello, hello, hello. So my goal is to have the ability for you to ask it the questions in the way that'll best suit which the answer you're looking for. People don't really know what they're looking for. A lot of people are like, I like Top Step because it's cheaper. But you're like, but there's a million other cheaper, harder, you know, like there's everything builds into, you have to normalize that. And I'm going to be public enemy number 1 in the prop space. You guys understand this, right? Dude, everyone's going to fucking hate me. My partners might even cancel my partnerships because they don't like their ranking or whatever. But hey, we'll see. You know what I mean? I can't imagine what my life would be like. I release this website and then everyone gets pissed off. Because they're like, oh, I don't think that's true. Like, we've had this conversation with the partners here. They're gonna put a target on our back, yeah. You can't be number 1 if you operate like number 2. But then what if I could have a simulator on there so that prop firms could simulate their own changes? That'd be kind of even cool too. Hey, are you a prop firm? You want to increase your score? Here's a simulator. Input all your stuff into here. Make some changes and see how your score will change. How to drive yourself to be more competitive. A score calculator, like a credit score calculator kind of thing. Should I not make this business? I feel like I'm going to really... I feel like that transparency is going to be a bigger shock than we really think. Maybe it'll be nothing. But man, I'm telling you, maybe I should start it anonymously. Well, I've already said I'm going to start it, damn it. Oh, man. I'll tell you, though, I'm going to put all these little rinky-dink comparison sites out of business if I do this. But I don't really care about that. I really care about disrupting the prop space too much. Nobody's going to like being ranked 49th out of 50. Oh, they'll be livid. Make Pickle the CEO. You don't think I don't think any of the props will be happy. But then I'll have to put some criteria like this is a like even though it's not subjective, I can say the scoring model is based on my own subjectivity. So these are just my opinions. That way they can just shrug it off and be like, that's just one guy's opinion. You know what I mean? Well, the problem is we piss off all of our prop partners. They cancel our code, then the site can't fund itself. Then we have to charge you guys for it. Hopefully the codes will pay the overhead for that company. That's my thought. I don't want to lose the funding, right? Like you can't talk about how sugar causes cancer when you're sponsored by Coca-Cola, you know what I mean? So that's the conversation. Is a lot of people won't be happy if they're not in the top 10 or the top 20. Like I care, but what I would care about is pissing everyone off. You'll need to hold the hands of the powers that be for each prop firm, head straight into the issues and spin its positive way. I think that this transparency thing will keep customers from seeing, like, from having ninja rules brought onto them. You don't get to see, like, my team will make sure the rules are transparent. You'll get all your rule changes in real time on our site. Since our partners give them to us ahead of time, we'll be able to have them published at the right time. The top few, yeah, and that was what the consensus was that the top 10 will praise us and continue to fund us, and the bottom 40 will tell us to go fuck ourselves and cancel our codes. I'm sure. Do it anonymously, just call it Scooter Rocket. Nobody will know. But I think it's necessary because there's a lot of prop firm comparison sites that are decent, but they're not very informative, apart from the deals and the reviews. Like, I think this is good, or I think this is bad, or the reviews say this and that. And then usually some basic criteria, like here's the cost or cost per drawdown. Like basic stuff, which is decent. And still, you're still challenged as a user to make a whole bunch of leaps of logic to decide which one's even better for you. And there's nothing out there that goes to that level of helping you decide what's better for you, a shopping assistant, right? And it's not that hard to do it. If you have an understanding of the prop firm risk model, which I do, and the failure rates, which I do, you can build a tool that can assign ROI value to the money you spend based on these failure rates. And that's the thing that people aren't going to like. I'm not going to publish it that way. The ROI is going to be not something anybody would want anyone to see, because the ROI potential is bad, right? But it's a scoring relative to the neighbor. So the idea is the scoring is all going to be normalized against your neighbor. If one firm is a 10 and another firm comes in slightly better, that firm is the 10 and this one's the 9.8. So the scale is not an absolute scale. It's a comparison scale to your neighbors. So essentially, to make the scale effective, everybody has to be in there. So that way, there is no such thing as you're the best one. You're the best one compared to everyone on the list. So what that allows, you to see is that you want to know how a firm stands against all the other firms in that particular way. So they're all essentially ranked against each other. It's just like a chess elo score. For you to have a high score, other people have to have a low score. So it's going to be ranked kind of like that. There's that market dump. Very cool. No trades for me right now. Nothing. There's more for profit to drawdown. Those kind of stats are okay, but they're not complete because like profit to drawdown is just one piece of it. Something with the higher profit to drawdown or profit to drawdown ratio, right? Something that's 6,000 profit for 3,000 drawdown is much easier to get than 6,000 profit with 2,000 drawdown. But then how much is the cost difference between the two? Everything has to be based on a return on investment valuation of each firm and how the seesaw plays out. Something may be easier but more expensive. So everything needs to be converted to a time value or a cost value. And the time value and cost value will have to normalize all that information against something that you hold constant. Like for 5 days worth of my time, is this one's better or this one better? Well, this one has a better ratio, but it costs 4 times as much. Okay, so did you say that you have unlimited budget? So then you don't care. But if you have a limited budget, then that 4 times as much goes over your budget. Therefore, you couldn't choose it if you wanted to, right? We're going to help you make those further decisions as a shopper. Model's already done, by the way. I just finished V2 this week. V2 took some extra considerations for other things for the overall scoring. And now we're just assigning the website interface, like how you guys will interact with it. Told you in 5 minutes. Bro, you nailed it. Where's the cat active? Today, no cat active on this. Usually when you fall normal without news and you retrace half, we don't consider that catalyst worthy. Cat active will be coming off of that sort of dump spot. And man, I'm telling you, I was trader number C on the voting today. I just felt it. Now, can I click that button along this? Oh boy. MHP. Is it near bulls on bottom? Oh, if you're considering from the top, yeah. Normally, I don't consider a catalyst active if you've retraced half the distance. Like if you have an IRL, you've retraced half of it and it wasn't a news event, I consider that not as catalytic. So this is retraced half. I wouldn't still be looking for a catalyst off this move. Technically speaking, one can. I'm a little less avoidant of the market if you've somehow, you know, retraced the half of that. This one, I'd be starting new from there. Man, I'm telling you. God, I feel like such a good trader today. I guess on that unlucky streak I had with the random challenge, how I kept like getting unlucky calls. Every intuition I had was wrong. Now the last 2 weeks, every intuition I've had is right. And the funny thing is my short intuition's been right. Now I'm on a lucky guess it right streak. I was on an unlucky guess it wrong streak for a very long time in November. The random challenge wasn't so forgiving. I went on like a 6-day losing streak. Or 6 trade losing streak. Like back to back. It was like loss. Oh man, it was tough. Last 3 or 4 days, I've nailed like the day. And that vote on my funded, there was about 90% of people or 85% of people voted flat to up. And I was like, I'm in that 15% that I feel like we're going to hit that 300 level today. And somebody on stream, I think it was one of you. Was it David? I think David said it this morning that he thought the 320 was it. I think that was David. David Morrill. Was that you that said that this morning? Or was that Rocky? Oh, it was Rocky. Yeah, it was Rocky. Okay. That's right. It was one of you guys with green text. You longing? You longing at MHP? Oh, do I click that button? Longing at yellow, longing at MHP. Why am I so afraid to touch this market today? I'm being such a wuss too. It's not even funny. So by the way, we've collapsed through yellow. Be very careful this doesn't turn into an event. This is partially why. I mean, we're at such a breaking point here. Will the website be able to compare with firms like Perdia that only do payout from live accounts while you can still negotiate the terms of the live account? I've actually not accounted for that yet. I haven't come across that situation. As the goal is as we explore more and more prop types and conditions, we'll have to make accommodations for some that have that flexibility and still figure out a way to normalize it. Whoosh fan LOL. Oh, do I take it long at MHP on Nasdaq? I honestly, I'm gonna tell you guys something. I wanted this all day today. That's what I wanted. I think that's what I'm waiting for. I could scalp this, but I want this so bad. This is what I want. You want this. Whoosh fan, please. Whoosh fan on the stream. Will that breaker go between? Every single time MHP support with res. Man, I am just being such a wimp today and avoiding so much of this. I should be taking the long here. Statistically speaking, that's the right trade. Do I like to tradeify daily payouts with the DLL? I don't like DLL. DLL sucks balls. But that's my personal taste. I don't like, and that the reason for that is because if you're trading for like small payouts, it's not gonna bother you. If your target is to make a couple thousand with the prop firms and you're playing into that range and that system that way, it's totally fine. For me, the only reason that makes props worth my time is the potential to scale them crazily, right? And DLL prevents you from being able to scale fast. And I'm at the level of trading that the payouts that are medium to small aren't really worth my time after taxes. So my goal is to trade without DLL so I can scale as much as I can. That makes sense? Personally speaking, DLL is like my worst enemy. And Tradeify always had DLL. They always did. So I'm just not a fan of DLL. Daily loss limit is silly. Let me blow up the account in a single day. Like, DLL is a limit that's put in there to keep you from scaling the account. People think it's there to keep you from blowing it up. That's a lie. DLL keeps you from scaling it. On a one-to-one trade, you're only going to make as much as your daily loss limit. So it's multiples of R off of what you lose before they stop you. That way, DLL prevents you from martingaling yourself to success. It also prevents you from being able to scale quickly. It's another mass consistency rule, DLL, designed to keep you from making big gains in a single day. For you to get a $20,000 day with a 2,000 DLL, you got to be pinpoint accurate of that pivot and hit it really hard. And you have to hit it so hard that it takes just a little bit of noise to stop you. That's why I don't like DLL, because it's a scale limiter, right? Why not treat DLL as MLL? Right, and that's what you do. But the thing becomes a DLL is that a lot of times your MLL ratio is decent, lose 3,000, make 6,000, but it's got a $1,200 DLL in the middle of it. So in reality, your actual reward to loss is actually hard. It's harder scale with the DLL because that's really what you can lose per day, not your MLL. So it's 5 times harder. Oh, hold on. I got my video editor. Hey, iDoc. What's up, iDoc? Who need to ban? What's up, girl? Waiting for your flight home? Yeah, yeah. Because you haven't been here, chat's been going crazy. What's going on? All right. Dang, look at this. Y'all got the whoosh fan on the screen. I'm over here texting away. Hold on. I got the video here. Perfect. All right. Download this. Let me get this in the channel. I'm over here trying to work. I'm missing out on every freaking amazing opportunity here. Y'all are having fun with this. That's for sure. I got to knock out some work, though. I got a real job. Boot camp. All right, let me get this in here. Okay. Properties. Let's get this one here. Dude, who logged up at MHP earlier? Did y'all log up at MHP? Natural market sort of. Which one of you numbskulls bought MHP? You fucking degens, you. Dude, I don't know why I'm such a wuss today. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Y'all took pennies? Bro, I was waiting for this. I'm okay with making whatever I made. Like I'm being so cautious in this market. All right, I took the whoosh fan off. If you made anything on this, you were very lucky, right? If I honestly, it's back at the middle. I can't give you investment advice, but walk away. Just walk away. Just walk away. If you've been making the ups and downs today, don't press your luck. Don't press your luck. My strategy combined with book map is deadly. Holy fuck. Dude, And this is a 90%er right here, MHP. Oh, yeah. I'm missing out on a lot of good trades today, man. This could have been 100K today if I kept swinging this. I'm letting my feelings tell me to sit out. I'm just like, you're up more in one day than you made in the last 2 weeks. There you go. Yeah, if you happen to get the down leg or the up leg and we're back to flat, count your blessings. I've been sloppy today. Yeah. I bet you this day fucked a lot of people up, though. Y'all seem to do pretty okay. I'm proud of y'all. Papa Bear's proud. Okay, let me get the new bootcamp video posted for you guys, making sure it's looking good. And all right, that's there. Bootcamp old. Oh, oops. I put this in the wrong thing. Hold on. Oops, let me delete that. Man, this what a fun day if you happen to catch the right all different legs of this though. All right, number 2. All right, I've uploaded the second video and the third video. Let me see if I can get it in there too. Man, what a cool day, right? Broker margin call portfolio liquidated. Prop account blown. Wait, what happened? My stuff is still pretty good. I ain't lose nothing today. Oops. Okay, position sizing calculator. And then we're gonna have case study blind monkey. Okay, cool. Are you guys enjoying the new bootcamp format? Kind of a better flow to it, right? All right, friends, since y'all are here and y'all are awesome, I'd love to bless you all with a giveaway, as we always like to do on this channel. How would you like some free shit? I love free shit. Oh, I got a message here. My Fund and Future is about to come out with a new promo. Hint, hint. Asking me about it right now, what I think about it. How do you guys like another sale on the pro accounts? I like the pro accounts. What do we have to give away today? Yeah, a ton of stuff to give away. What do I want to give away today? What do I have on the list here? Y'all want to do some TPT accounts? That's all I ever want. LOL. Is that what you guys want for Christmas? Okay. All right. I put in a good word for y'all. Hopefully we get it. All right. Y'all like Take Profit? I love Take Profit. I'm about to start trading with them. I'll probably get started with that pretty soon. Now, I'm going to tell you guys, I'm being like a really big wuss right now. That I know I still want to keep like gunning for this world record payout. However, the goal keeps moving. And so I could take a 300K payout now if I wanted to. 300 and some change. But I could press it for 6. What do I do? I'd love to say I got the world record. But then I can risk losing it all or then pushing me to live and not getting it. Car money? LOL. True, car money. I did pay cash for the car though, so I don't owe anything on it. I would have to, it'd be another car money. It's a good place to be in life to cash pay a $300,000 car though. Although I am a broke affiliate salesman too, according to some people. Take the payout. I think I should take the payout. Just to take it. You never know if Funded X is gonna fucking change their rules or not. I'm not being forced to live. Because on these accounts I haven't taken a payout yet, Viral Pulse. I knew this going into it. Is Botrix bugged? Oh wait, hold on. Let me try this again. It doesn't seem to be working. Let me try something. Let me try one more thing. Hold on, guys. Let me do something. So on these accounts, I haven't taken a payout. You get pushed to live if you take payouts along the way. I knew this going into this because I read the criteria of the live account, and I told them, "Am I being moved to live?" They're like, "No, because you haven't had 4 payouts." So on these accounts, I've had payouts on other accounts, but not these accounts. Let me try logging back into Botrix. Hold up. It looks like it's down. Like the website's not loading up. Hold on, guys. So the trick is don't take the payout. Like build the balance and get one time. One time. I think Botrix is down today, guys. What? Let me try this one more time. I try to log in. Nothing shows up. Network protocol error. So, looks like the bot is down, you guys. All right, I'm going to do this a special way. I'm going to go into my participants list on YouTube. We're going to have ChatGPT do it. No beautiful timestamps. Spin the wheel. Hold on, let me find this real quick. Yeah, no like crazy spinning the wheel sort of thing. Of all that fun stuff that we can do. Let's see if that works. Like, I have a participants list. Can I not cut and paste it? I have to dig through the source code to grab it. Oh my God, come on. Copy. Okay, hold on. Select all. YouTube, you buggy shit. Now my YouTube is freezing up. What's going on right now? Now YouTube just died. Let's try this again. Now YouTube is dead. What the heck? Okay, let's try this one more time. Is my internet still working? Okay, we're still good here. All right, let me try this again. Participants, okay. Select all. Copy. Success. Success. All right. All right, stop typing. It's over. I'm gonna spin it. All right. Choose 3 names from this list. Boom. Chromes! Bro! Chromes! It's your day today. It was your birthday present. It's your day, brother. Hey. Finally. Finally. Hold on. iDoc is calling me. iDoc is trying to say hi to chat. Hold on.
Hi, chat. Hi.
Do you notice something different about her? Look at her hair. She's blonde now. Look at that. All right.
All right, bye.
Gotta go. Okay, bye. Chromes, bro, you finally won. See, I told you it was your time to win. About time, my dude. Okay, so you guys all won TPT 50K. I know you've been saying it for a week or two. You manifest it. The universe chose your name. So you guys have, these are TPT 50K test accounts. You guys are gonna have fun with that. Take Profit is a fan favorite around here. The 3 of y'all go to Discord, go to the Constance channel, talk to Slacks, our admin. Send that screenshot of your YouTube ID, my friends, and then he'll hook you up with the information on how to get those accounts from TPT. There's a little bit of instructions that go with it, but give him the email address that you sign up for TPT with. Make your TPT account now, and you got an hour to send him a message. So, what are the other names? Could not read them. MacD Rug, Reven 2513, and Chromes. MacD Rug, and then Reven 2513. You've never tarted TP. It sounds like that misspelling sounds funny. You never traded TPT, but I've never tarted TPT. Kind of sounds like degenning something, you know, like that's kind of how some people trade. Is Reven here though? If they're not here, then we just recycle the account. I have tarted many accounts, as somebody said. That's funny. MacD is here. Okay, cool. Reven's here. What's up? Cool, cool. Now they're here. You guys can send a message to Slacks if y'all don't. If it doesn't hear from you guys, we just recycle and throw it back to the pot. All right. What a weird trading day. Like, it's trying to move down and it's not moving up because there's no volatility today. Tomorrow's gotta be a big ass move. After what we've seen today, something's gonna happen tomorrow. I just feel it. I feel it in my bones. I think I'm convincing myself that after like a couple more weeks, maybe by the end of the year, I'll just take whatever I have and find a next. Unless it's a good, strong bull market, I don't want to risk. Although I'm pretty sure I can get there. I still want the world record, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I want to risk like losing a whole lot, or risk, not really that, but I'm more like worried that they're going to just forfeit some of the profits or something if it gets too big. I have 320,000 funded X right now. I've gotten nowhere in the last like week and a half with it. I've gone up and down and up and down and up and down. I barely traded it. Like not last week and a half, last 3 weeks. Last week, I was making back some of what I had lost the previous week. So last like week, I haven't been trading all the accounts. I've just been trading like one account at a time through the choppiness. You guys remember I would show and like one of the accounts would make money and the other three would just kind of be like flat. So I haven't been really putting a lot of force into them to let this market kind of stabilize a little bit. MedCH, yeah, send me the timestamp so I can look at it. I swear we had cataloged pretty good. I don't know why it didn't credit you. Are you sure that you didn't just win one of the prop accounts? Let me double check where I put this. Hold on. Because you're not on the list of the free life. I swear I put it in here somewhere. We could have misplaced it. Our ban list has grown pretty significantly. Here's how many cheaters we've caught. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 people we've caught cheating and have been permanently banned from every prop firm partner we have and never able to trade there again and banned from our giveaways. For multiple entries into the contest. Our prop partners will ban you for life from their props if you're cheating these contests. Are you on the ban list, Pat Gandhi? You were the first person on the ban list. You're so on the ban list, you're on there twice. Trust me, they all look suspiciously. It's nobody from the community. It's always one person or two people that are. I feel like it's one person running an enterprise. right, let me get that third video up there in the boot camp. What a man, some of y'all got some lucky outs today. Did everybody have a decent day at least? As far as trading some of these pivots, pretty good. Where is my 12? That was yesterday. Oh, good. This one is perfect size. Excellent. Today's class. Perfect. This one does not need editing. Okay, undo that. Boot camp 3. Okay. All right, you guys, I'm going to take off and take a little bit of an hour break, grab some lunch. I'll be back for boot camp. You're on the giveaway ban list? No, none of you guys are on the ban list. Nobody here from the community is being a dipshit. It's always some scammer from some other country. All the fake names and accounts are all from another country. We got the IP and everything from our prop partners. How come mine are slightly different? They shouldn't be slightly different. I'm very messy when I throw them on here. They might be off by a buck or two. I don't try to get them to the exact penny. I'm just really lazy about that. So they should be to the even dollar, but I don't get them on the exact penny. Guys, thanks for tuning in. I'll see y'all later. Fantastic day as always. Great trading day for me. 17.6% on the 100K account, up since I stopped doing the random challenge. Not bad. Fundanex still running low threes, profit. Pretty good day. See you in the morning.